session. For the record, Council Members Fimbres, Lee, and Councilmember Ulick are attending this meeting electronically through Microsoft Teams. Items 1 through 8 are executive sessions and directions to staff. Ms. Clerk.
Your Honor, item 1 is, executive session, ongoing opioid litigation, United States District Court cases, North District of Ohio, case number 117 MD 0284804, DAP 119 OP 45267, and District of Arizona, case number 419 CV 00167, addition of responsible parties as defendants, approval of Kroger opioid settlement, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session, Goodman versus City of Tucson. Notice of claim numbers 26860 and 26861. Pima County Superior Court case number 2019-4826, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A4 and A7. The third executive session is noticed as item 5, executive session, Associated Minority Contractors of Arizona et al., City of Phoenix et al., Maricopa County, Superior Court case number CV 2024-001435, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431 A3 and A4. The fourth executive session is noticed as item 7, executive session, Associated Minority Contractors of Arizona et al. Versus City of Phoenix et al., Maricopa County Superior Court case number CV 2024-001435, and is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
Good job, Suzanne. May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. We will see you out in about, hour and a half? We'll see you in an hour and a half. Thank you, everyone.
We are, ma'am.
Excellent. So we need a motion to return to study session.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with respect to item 2, relating to the ongoing opioid litigation, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session to include approval of the Kroger settlement and the pursuit of claims against additional responsible parties.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. All righty. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council direct and authorize the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to schedule an item at the next meeting in August to conclude the executive session discussion of this matter and the related terms and conditions.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Honorable Mayor, I'd ask for a motion. This is with respect to the decision in Maricopa County Superior Court relating to the prevailing wage ordinances, that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including with respect to proceeding with an appeal from the decision of the trial court.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And then finally, what is the council's pleasure for item 8?
Your Honor, I'm going to move that we direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including with respect to the proposed resolution of this lawsuit. The city attorney is authorized by the mayor and council to discuss the terms of the proposed resolution with necessary parties as discussed in executive session.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Alrighty, we are done with the executive session items. We do see what we're going to do, Ms. Clerk, is go to item 10 and the discussion regarding the Public Safety Personnel Retirement System presentation by the PSPRS Administrator, Mr. Townsend, since he is here, and then we will return to item 9 after we're done with that. So, Mr. Townsend, would you like to join us at the table? Come on in. There you go, just jump in. Mr. Manager, did you want to introduce this item, or Ms. Rosenberry, how would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. This afternoon, as you recall, during budget discussions, we have been having conversations, as we do every year, about the city's relationships and working with the PSPRS, the Public Safety Pension Systems, and our contributions to that system as it provides important benefits for our sworn officers in police and fire. Like we did last year, the executive director has agreed to come and have a conversation with mayor and council about how things are going at the state level with the PSPRS, and we're very thankful that they could be here this afternoon. So Mike Townsend, the executive director, and Clark Partridge, staff member. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you again for the invitation. I think it is exactly about a year since we were last here. With me is Clark Partridge, one of our staff. We also have Fletcher Montzingo in the audience. Fletcher joined us about 6 months ago. He had spent 10 plus years working at the state level in the legislature and the governor's office. Fletcher was also the one that we worked with quite a bit on pension funding at the state level through the legislature. So has a lot of experience working with pensions and understanding of the pension world. We had a conversation, I think, a week or two ago with the manager and with Ms. Rosenberry. Not a lot has changed, I don't think, from where we were last year. We're continuing managing the system. We continue to make changes. We're a little over 3 years now into updating our financial system, which we think is going to be beneficial for the members, for the employers, and also for staff. Make things more efficient, a lot better controls, business processes. The implementation for that is planned for April, so we're planning to go live with that system. That's a big investment that I think is going to make a big change. Again, a lot of the changes that I covered last year, new trustees, new management, new actuaries. We're continuing to make progress. The city of Tucson's plan from our evaluations, again, that's separate. That's not including your Section 115 trust, is about the same funded status that it was last year. Similar to a lot of other communities around the state, there were some rather sizable compensation increases for public safety officers. And we did have that discussion with your manager and your CFO, and that was discussed with council previously. So I think there is an understanding of that. 20% increases were very nice, but I don't think that's going to be the standard going. So that has an impact on the total liabilities. If you just think in terms of average compensation, setting someone's pension at retirement, a sizable increase to compensation in 1 year is going to have an impact on that future liability. And so that's something that we have seen across the state. So the contributions will be adjusted for all employers going forward. Again, the Section 115 trust we talked last year, that was a really positive move that the city of Tucson took. Put you in a good position at very low rate to have funds available for the pension funding. We're here to answer questions, to help however we can, whatever process you want to go through. We will go through, as we have with our board, setting the assumptions and making sure the funds are there to pay the benefits when they become due. Cash flow wise, the city of Tucson plans for police and fire are positive cash flow in terms of the pensions with the money at PSPRS, and will continue to be positive cash flow. So it's going to keep increasing over the next couple of decades to make sure the funding is there. Just setting the annual contributions. Any lump sum payments just help get it there faster. So however we work together in partnership, we'll get there one way or the other, whatever works out. We're just here to answer questions and do the best we can, trying to manage that. I think we have made changes and reduced our assumed rate of return. We've reduced payroll growth assumptions. These are all things to try to get more funding up front in terms of contributions, so we don't get going further down in terms of funded status. That was the experience with this system many years ago. It was year after year of increasing unfunded liabilities. So we've made the changes so we can be consistent, make sure that we keep getting funding taking place. We know there's other implications for the city of Tucson. We had to talk about the flat tax that was implemented at the state level. So we've made note of that. We'll be discussing that with our board and our actuaries. So as they make considerations for future changes in assumptions, just taking that into account of what that impact would be in terms of increased contributions, plus the flat tax implications, just to help you manage your budget. So we'll make sure that we take that message back to the board. So that I didn't really have a presentation or remarks since we were here last year. Really, this is for a lot of you to ask questions to get you comfortable with what we're doing. I'll turn to Clark to see if you had anything else that I forgot.
No, just to echo what you said, Mike, which was you guys made a very good decision to be able to take a long-term perspective and approach to how are you going to tackle this. So what you have now is an opportunity to refine that decision and just choose simply the timing and the amounts of when and how you're going to be able to use that money in the best interests of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I really appreciate you coming to speak with us. You are a very, very important person that's helping us manage our public safety personnel retirement system. We always talk in, shorthand, but I think it's important that we call it what it is. It's our public safety personnel retirement system. For me personally, the investment in the PSPRS is very, very important for the city of Tucson to keep the promise to our public safety personnel of a safe and healthy retirement. Our public safety personnel work hard and every day put their lives on the line. And so us as a city to be able to fulfill the promise of a good and safe and healthy retirement is very, very important to me. And so my job as well as the mayor, and I'm sure as a council, is for us to be able to make sure that the system is healthy, that it's well-funded, and that it doesn't drown our budgets. And so I too am very curious about how the flat tax is going to affect the investments that we do into the PSPRS system. And what I would like to learn for the benefit of myself and my council colleagues, our administration, and the PSPRS board, which, by the way, there's some PSPRS board members here as well, is, what is the return on investment? What is the unfunded liability? What is the funded ratio? I know that we show our numbers in terms of funded ratio with the 115. What is the funded ratio that we have with PSPRS, not counting the 115 trust?
So the funded ratio on police and fire is both around the mid 30%.
Okay.
And then you asked about our investment returns for June 30th. Our unaudited returns right now are 10.34% after fees. You also have the tier 3 for both police and fire. Those are very young plans. They're in the 90%. They were close to 100. Again, those were also impacted by changes in compensation this last year. That 1 year increase in those liabilities will be caught up over the next several years. So you're actually in a really good spot in terms of tier 3. We just, we need to make sure we stay on top of tier 3 and keep it funded while we continue to get that consistent funding into tiers 1 and 2.
Well, what was the rate of return this past, do we keep it on fiscal years or calendar
On
years?
fiscal year, so as of June 30th, it was the 10.34%.
10.34, okay.
Yep.
All right, any additional comments or questions? Councilmember Cunningham.
What's the total? You had a total unfunded liability of 1.5 billion statewide in 21. Have we made a dent on that?
The total liability is about the same as it
Stayed
was
flat?
a year ago. It's pretty flat, yeah.
So we're okay.
So
What's that percentage statewide? Ours is 30%. What's
statewide on public safety, just public safety for police and fire, we're at 66% statewide
66% funded?
funded.
And we're 30% funded, but that's not counting our trust.
Yes, that's not counting your Section 115 trust. I have a lot of different trusts. I am going through my head.
We have our own trust that makes up that 36%, probably does a little better than that, but that's all right. So we're still staying flat. We've also gotten some feedback from constituents about people that are in multiple systems and being able to transfer into multiple systems. Like we've got people that are in PSPRS who then become teachers, or they are teachers and then join PSPRS and vice versa. There's some people that are old CORP members. And one of the issues that they're having is anytime they change numbers, no matter what, they have to pay extra out of each system. And there's no seamless, I mean, I understand that, but again, if it's all a state-run system and you're required to do it and you don't pull your money out and you wait till your time, I don't understand why you should be penalized for all that. So I'm trying to figure out how that works.
So basically what happens, if you transfer between employers or jobs and you stay within the same benefit structure, so if you're a police officer to another police officer or police to fire, you have the same benefit structure. That's a straight over your years of service or your years of service in your new job, you stay. If you have a different benefit structure, so ASRS is very different in terms of how much of a multiplier you earn for each year of service. And the rate of pay is different. How everything is calculated is different. And so what they really do is they say, well, what are the dollars that you have contributed to the plan, the original plan you were in? So what are the dollars you put in? So you get that money back as a refund, essentially. And if you go to another job and you're going to get those years of service, you have to buy, so it's called a service purchase. You buy those years of service, but you buy them at the actuarial rate so that that plan doesn't create an unfunded liability by having somebody transfer in new. So you get the money that you had go into the old system, and you can use that for a service purchase, but it's not necessarily a year for year.
And I get that it shouldn't be year to year, but in some cases it's like $250,000 deltas, which, I mean, some people aren't even going to make that much in their retirement. So I'm just trying to figure out, I don't really understand the formula that they're using. And I actually think that it's kind of interesting that if you're moving from PSPRS to ASRS, where the multiplier is lower, and you're trying to move years from PSPRS into ASRS, you actually have to pay money when the multiplier is lower and the pay was higher. I don't understand how mathematically that is even possible. That's what I'm just not understanding. And then you say, all right, well, then I'll move from ASRS back into CORP, and at the same time, you have to pay money. Well, which one is it? Which one's actually worth more?
Yeah, that's a great question, but without looking at the exact numbers in that unique situation, I couldn't give you a flat answer. ASRS does their own service purchase, so we don't calculate that for ASRS. I mean, if you have a specific situation that you would like us to research to get you information, I'd be happy to.
No.
Any other questions, comments, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm so appreciative of the state retirement systems, both of them. My wife retired as a teacher, and it's been great, and the investment practices have been fabulous. Last time you were here, I kind of gave you a softball question. You may or may not remember it. I was talking about the concern about climate change and the calls to divest from fossil fuel industries in your investment, and your response, and correct me if I'm wrong, was understandable. You don't like any constrictions on your investment practices for whatever. It calls to not invest in Israel, tobacco. There's lots of different people who don't want you to do that. This year, we've had the hottest year on the earth, and we're getting more and more concerns from youth, not people, some from my age. I think at some point, we're going to be looking at everything, and how do we divest off the losing fossil fuels and get into the technologies that will cool the planet. So I'm not asking you to endorse that. My question is, what authority has to change for you to do that? Would the state legislature be able to do it? Are you in the Constitution? Could your board of trustees make that decision? Thank you.
So I guess the simple answer is I would say that the legislature giving direction on that would be the cleanest path. It's not always that clean. The IRS, in setting up the trust, the board of trustees and our system are fiduciaries. And so we have a duty to do what's in the best interest of the members, which includes the investment returns. Other factors, it doesn't say we can't consider them, but we still have to do what's in the interest of the members. Unfortunately, it's always that it depends answer.
Yeah, I understand that. I want to point out that if Phoenix is unlivable, it's in the fiduciary interest to change investment policy. But that's the last word. Thank you for your thoughtful. The legislature is probably the right answer. Thanks.
My question is, We had a really good year this year in terms of rate of return, and we had a good year last year regarding rate of return. Can you explain to mayor and council and the public why we continue at a 30-ish percent or 30+ percent funded ratio? What are the impediments of moving out of that 30% and seeing those numbers
So,
move up?
yeah, so the reality of pensions is it's a very long-term game. It's decades to really move the needle, okay? So that 10.3% return, that 10.3 doesn't all go into the trust in terms of the actuarial valuations year one. Our assumed rate of return is 7.2. Anything above that, so that 3.1%, we spread that over the next 7 years. So we're not adding 10.3 to your numbers this year. Okay, so it's going to be 7.2 plus 1/7 of another 3%. So it's really a much smaller number. The pensions from a high level are pretty straightforward. When you start getting even a little bit into detail, they get very complicated. So the actuaries, every year, they'll look at every individual in your plan. What's their date of hire? What's their age? What's their current compensation? What's a projection for how long they're going to work? What's a projection for how long they're going to live? Do they have a survivor? And they actually calculate a cash flow benefit decades into the future for every one of your members. And then they take that string of payments and discount it to a present value. And it's discounted using the same 7.2%. And the reason that that's important in understanding these numbers is every year, so all of those total benefits into the future are going to be discounted one less year. So your liability is going to increase 7.2% every year, no matter what. So as your assets grow, your liabilities are also growing. And then if you have a large compensation increase on top of that, you're increasing those future string of payments also. So really, when you look at how we spread out the returns over 7 years and then that growth in the present value of the liabilities, it really is slow progress. And the intent of that is also to help the employers, because you don't want these huge swings. If 10.3 would be nice to have in your assets and against your contributions this year. But if we're below 7.2, you don't want all of that hit in 1 year either, because then you're going to have huge impacts to your budget. So it's really trying to spread it out, and it really is a slow game. To make large adjustments in the funded status, it really is additional contributions that really move the needle.
And just to echo what Mike said there is, keep in mind your funded status is 34.5% approximately. So that means you don't have, that 65.5%. They're earning that 10%. So you've only got about a little over a third of the assets. So you're really only getting about a third of the investment returns, even if it were at 7.2%. There's just not enough assets there to keep pace with that growth on the liability side. So you're trying to manage both those assets and the liabilities from a long-term perspective.
And by default, you've also created another layer, because now you have your Section 115 on top of that. So tracking where you are with this plan's returns and then your Section 115
Yeah,
returns.
but we have a little more control over that, and that actually insulates us. So I actually like that we have that. I think the interest we earn off that is higher than the 10.3%, and we're able to put that back in the trust and pay our bill every year. So I'm very happy with where we are. I don't even think that 34% number is actually matters, because we were at 27% about 9 years ago. So I like that and that was without a trust.
Yeah.
So we're probably right back up with the state. 20 years ago, we were lagging behind because we didn't expand as much in the 80s and 90s, stuff that some of the people who work for the city weren't even born yet, man. So the bottom line is that for us, from a funded liability perspective, the issues improved tremendously over the last 10 years, especially since the Great Recession. I think we took a hit this week, but I mean, let's be honest, the market's had a 25% ROI in the last fiscal year between July and July, and we got 10.3 from the fund managers. So I'm always going to question that. That's okay. I'm happy where we at, and I appreciate what you guys do for the state and taking care of our people. But at the end of the day, I'm always going to be trying to push the envelope for public servants, especially people who jump from different retirements from a state perspective, whether you're a teacher or you are a sanitation worker or you're a police officer and you want to do a second career, you should be able to reap the benefits of that. That's kind of where I'm going with that.
Well, and also explain, Mr. Townsend, the pay, right? The city of Tucson and other agencies in other cities across the state and the country moved very fast into pay increases. I think here in the city of Tucson, we've clocked a 23%, almost 30, 28, 29%.
Increase in compensation, Mayor, is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe there was roughly a 30% increase in compensation for police officers within a period of time that was about
4 years?
18 to 24 months. There was a period of time where we made some
Yeah, in the last 4
6-month
years,
changes.
the increase for police pay has been about 30%. And so explain to us, what happens when we do that?
Yeah, so that is much higher than the actuarial assumptions for compensation increases. And so just the basic math is a pension is determined by the years of service and the average compensation. So if you're increasing that average compensation, it's going to increase those future string of payments. I think another thing to remember is you may still have the effects of that in future valuations. So remember, the actuaries are looking at, in terms of the demographics, they're looking at the compensation for your officers at June 30th. And so any compensation increases last fiscal year are going to go into the next valuation to set the rates that'll be July 1, 2025. So if you're going to have any additional compensation this fiscal year, it's going to be that much longer before that flows through the valuations. There's usually a little bit of sticker shock at some point. Wait, why did this go up this year? Well, it was from the raise 2 years ago.
Any additional questions, comments, Mr. Manager? Ms. Rosenberry?
No, again, I'd just like to thank Clark and Mike for coming this afternoon and speaking with us.
And I know also that you're making yourself available, putting some time aside on Friday to meet with the PSPRS board members, which I really appreciate you doing. Thank you so much. I mean, I think that most importantly, the communication and the information sharing between you as managers of our PSPRS system and the city of Tucson, and of course, mayor and council, is highly appreciated, and we want to encourage that into the future so that we know where we all stand and how we could do it together for the benefit of the system. So thank you, Mr. Townsend. Anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I think that the city took a great step with the debt financing a couple of years ago that put you in a really good position. That was a good decision.
Thank you.
That now you have choices to make about how do you move forward. I think there's a lot of other cities out there that wish they had done the same back then. So, and if there's any further questions, if you want to work through staff, we'd be happy to get back with you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, we move back to item 9. Sure, yeah, get up. Okay, we've got a quorum, just want to make sure. We're moving back to item 9. Time has been reserved for mayor and council to discuss a proposed Tucson Code amendment regarding the factors for redistricting advisory committee, and that we have to consider as mayor and council. So this one I think is a bit of a technical item, so I'd like to make sure that we open up the floor for Mr. Rankin to describe to us.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item really has been scheduled for the purpose of addressing language in the code that specifically sets out the criteria that this committee looks at when evaluating different options, potential options for redistricting. And as you know, redistricting is a process that's driven very much by legal requirements and legal guidelines, and those flow from the charter, they flow from federal law, the United States Constitution, and from case law. And one of the comments that came back to the mayor and council after this exercise was completed by prior redistricting commissions is that sometimes this language in the code that identifies the different factors and objectives that are to be sought after by the commission can be at tension with one another or even in conflict with one another, where trying to achieve one goal, so for example, pursuing the minority balance voting power within the various wards, can be in conflict with the guidance to disrupt the existing boundaries as little as possible, right? So the proposed amendment to the ordinance would help address that by adding the language to that factor or that objective about disrupting the boundaries as little as possible, to add the language saying, except when it's necessary to advance the purposes of the other factors here. And what that does is it allows consideration of options that do move that needle forward, if you will, in terms of achieving the goal of rough proportionality, for example. If the mayor and council is comfortable with that kind of change, which helps steer the direction of the commission, both in this go-around or any future go-arounds, then the direction, the appropriate direction would just be to bring the ordinance in the form that it's been presented to you back at the next meeting on the consent agenda for adoption. We are in a year where, under the charter, a committee is called together and to perform its work and provide a recommendation with respect to redistricting. Their information will be shared with the commission with respect to the factors that they're supposed to consider. It does not appear that this is a year where redistricting will be required as a matter of law because the maximum population deviations percentages aren't at a percentage that will require that. But certainly the work of the commission is still important to look at options, to educate the community about the makeup of the population in each of the city's 6 wards. So if there's any questions, happy to answer them. Otherwise, a motion to bring back the ordinance for consideration and adoption at the next consent agenda would be appreciated.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. We're setting up a redistricting commission. Mayor, do you or maybe Suzanne know where we are? And I know I've appointed my commissioner. When is their next meeting?
Vice Mayor Dahl, members of the council, we have 5 members appointed so far, and we are going to attempt to hold the first meeting of last week in August at the latest.
May I offer my good luck?
Accepted, thank you.
Yeah, because I remember 2 years ago, there were some attempts to do some balancing, and there was some neighborhood opposition, and I think maybe again, maybe not. There could be a rough ride.
Well,
Hopefully
and we
not.
had suggested that we wanted this commission to be ready to go 1 year before we had to have a decision made because of the educational and informational pieces, and because we want to make sure that the community is engaged with the process. Very similarly to how the state handles their redistricting process. Open meetings and community engagement opportunities. And so we're hopeful that we can have that engagement as well, but we would have to have a decision by December.
A Christmas present. Hanukkah present.
But, you know, however we move forward, I think it's important that we follow the guidance and input of our previous commission and change the language so that we can make it easy for our new members to get to the objectives listed in terms of what the priorities are to create our wards. Any other questions? Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the clarifying language. I think that another round of education with the community will be important so that folks really understand exactly what is driving the process to get population balance and proportionality, and not to have those two viewed as conflicting, but really to make the best decisions possible on these boundaries. So I appreciate it. I'm happy to offer the motion as stated by the city attorney.
There is a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
So this is just for kind of food for thought, and it's not any. I think the changes that we're making and kind of where we're on the road for, if we're going to think long-term visioning, this is a good first step. And ultimately, right now, we have a situation where we have one ward that touches every other ward, and then we have other wards that only have boundary of one ward. And so that's one piece to it that probably we need to look at. But the other piece that I think is really important is how we match up on the administrative side and on the city management side. It doesn't make sense to have 6 different parks districts and 6 different public safety divisions and 6 different that don't line up with the wards. It kind of doesn't make sense. They should kind of line up. The way we did, a good example of what we did right was when we did the last version of the impact fee, where we lined it up by ward, so there's a little bit of continuity in decision making. And so that's kind of, I know that's not a big priority yet, and I don't want to put a wrench in the works right now, but I think it's something that we should think about as we, over the next 15 to 20 years, on how we're going to govern the city, is how do we line up some of these administrative functions with the political functions so that there's a little more continuity in the decision making. And I think there's an opportunity to do that with this set. So I'm on board with the new changes, and I thank you for making the motion and seconding it. But at the same time, I want to put that into something that we can think about long-term on how we line that up. It would be great if ward offices had a point person for each department that they knew they could go to, or they had at least, or shared one with each other. I think it would help in streamlining some communications between ward offices and departments. So that's my input for this afternoon.
Any additional comments or questions on this item? All righty, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Mr. Attorney, for guiding us through this. We really appreciate it. And to those that haven't appointed your member, please try and do it within the next week. We really appreciate it. All righty, as we move to item 11, let's see. Do we have the members of the Arts Council here, or no, not yet? Not all of them? Okay, let's go to item 11 then. I have requested that this time for mayor and council to receive an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in Tucson. And we do have Mari Vasquez and Brandy Champion to do the update today. Mr. City Manager, did you have any introduction or wanted to add anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to also add that EGSD Director Carlos De La Torre is joining us at the table because they've been doing a lot of direct support to our activities in the field. And we're expecting that as we continue this conversation related to services and opportunities to address unsheltered houselessness, we are inevitably going to be also having more and more robust discussion about the opioid and fentanyl epidemic going on and the public health crisis. And so we're going to, as future updates come out, we're going to be touching on those matters a little bit more directly, especially now that there's some opioid settlement funds that are available locally, and we have a commission or a board that's overseeing that. We want to make sure we're bringing that to you. But for today, we're just going to turn it over to Mari, Brandy, and Carlos.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor and Council. So we continue to try to put the right work in the right hands. Since last time we were here, we have had the encampment assessors assigned to each Tucson Police Department operational division. They are actually lived experience, so they can go out and talk with the peers and get to know the area. They've been working really, really well alongside TPD. Our goal with this whole process was to be able to remove TPD from doing a lot of the first type of activities with encampments, and then letting the encampment assessors both work with the sites and the individuals that were there. So since having the encampment assessors on board, we have been able to narrow down the timeline from reporting to actually doing assessments from 2 weeks to actually 2 business days, which has helped a great deal. The encampment assessors offer services for individuals that they see at the encampments, which are, offering shelter, updating their homeless management information system data, if they have any medical needs, offering detox, things like that. They also do the harm assessment for the site. That harm assessment then gives us a tier level, and we follow our protocol for that. Sites can be decommissioned depending on what their impact to the encampment residents are, the surrounding community, and the environment. If you can see on the data, we have seen a rising number of Tier 3 encampments, which means that those need to be abated in 72 hours, as well as some immediate removals. Those are sites that are in critical areas on people's private property, and then with a really high level of substance use. We do only call TPD now if enforcement is needed in these areas. We continue to partner regionally with all governmental and non-governmental agencies. We're still working very closely with the county at the Transition Center, which is able to offer services to any justice-involved population. Again, we are seeing a very high increase in the number of people using fentanyl out in the encampments, which unfortunately is showing a decrease in those individuals accepting services. The current PIT count as of January, when they did the point-in-time count, did show a slight decrease in the number of unsheltered. It went from 1,501 individuals to 1,281. We're seeing like a very small lowering and kind of a plateau, so that we're still trying to find some solutions to get that number even lower. One of the efforts that we're working on is with Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness through the special notice of funding opportunity. That was about $7.8 million for 3 years. The goal with that was to do 3 things: find unhoused individuals, find units, and move those individuals into units as fast as we can. As of January 2nd of this year, we have moved 68 individuals directly from encampments into units, which is, is pretty impressive. However, it also has shown us a place where we can do a lot more with sustainability, trying to keep them in a unit so that they don't recidivate, and then also offering some conversations with all of our partners about how we could decongest some shelters and get people maybe into shelter as we're working with them, and then move them down the line. And that effort is done through city, county departments, El Rio, OPCS, CBI, the VA, Primavera. And we still meet weekly, about 3 times a week on that effort. So, we still don't have the solution for this, but thankfully we keep coming back to the table to constantly discuss, try new things, figure out what we can tweak in the system for what our community needs. Encampment protocol works hand in hand with the Housing First Department and Environmental and General Services. We can't thank them enough for everything that they do. They are just consummate professionals, and I go out with them quite often, and they amaze me every time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Brandy Champion from Housing First.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thank you for letting me provide an update to you today on Housing First. So over the last 90 days, April through June, Housing First has served 289 individuals. At Wildcat alone, 78 are residing there, 45 are adults, 33 of those are children. Desert Cove has a census of 21, with 21 adults and 6 children, and Amazon has 50 adults with 27 adults and 23 children, 50 people. So over the last 90 days, 90 households were housed directly from shelter into permanent supportive housing programs. We continue to work on trying to find housing solutions for folks as they're coming into shelter, vouchers, rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing programs with our nonprofit partners, et cetera. The mobile shower program in the last 90 days has served 298 individuals. We go to 4 different sites now, and we are actively looking for new sites to go to. We have a very cool thing going on at Amazon, which is the Cooltainers. They're self-contained solar power boxcars, and they are totally self-contained, solar powered. There's one for people to come in and watch TV, play games, have a snack, cool off from the hot weather, and there's one to take respite in that has cots, so you can actually take a nap. And those operate Monday or Tuesday through Saturday from 12 to 5:30. The Housing Emergency Action Response Team, which is our HEART team that works with folks that are housed in vouchers and works to keep them housed, has successfully assisted 109 households in the last 90 days, maintain their permanent housing through intensive case management, home visits, wraparound services, the things that they need to maintain that housing. Crowd to Home, which is a financial supplement to that program, has assisted 395 households with financial supports related to housing stability and supportive services. So that's utility assistance, eviction prevention, you name it, handicapped accessible bars or ramps, things of that nature. So it's a very flexible spending. There is something that I'd like to share with this mayor and council that you don't often get to hear. You get to hear a lot of numbers and statistics, but you don't get to kind of hear directly from our clients. So this is a letter from a young lady that sent this through the general delivery email from HCD, and I'd like to share that with you if I may. So it says, "Thank you, Amazon Motel." That's the subject line. "Thank you so much for allowing us to stay at your shelter during our time of need. We didn't expect our stay to be quite as long, but your kindness and generosity every single day made it feel like a home. We're thrilled to share that we're embarking on a new journey. Sheldon is heading off to college, and I'm dedicated to continuing my full-time care for my mom. Your support has truly been a cornerstone in us reaching this exciting new chapter. A special shout out to Melissa, Robert, and Tom. They've been absolute gems. From all of us, a massive, heartfelt thanks from the bottom of our hearts. We are so grateful for everything you've done for us, and we'll hold this experience close as we move into our next steps. Warm regards, Jasmine and Sheldon." So that's just one of many stories that this mayor and council has been able to bring to people in our community. And we get to hear it all the time. I don't think you guys ever do. And so I just wanted to share that with you. And that concludes my update. Carlos?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for really the opportunity to brief you on the hard and dedicated work that our environmental services crews have performed in support of the strategic approach to the unsheltered homelessness situation. I won't go into details on the PowerPoint. I think you have it as in your packet, so I'll just provide a very, very brief overview on that. But quite frankly, is their strong work ethic, commitment to service, effective, efficient, and strategic work has enabled other departments to carry out their mission and services in a more effective and proactive and efficient manner. So for example, if we say we're gonna go clean up a particular site on this particular day, at this particular time, crews are there, and he said, we're gonna get it done that particular day, that work is accomplished, so we move on to the next case. So providing that reliability, it has been really great, not only in terms of really dealing with the issues that are in that particular location, but really addressing a lot of the community concerns related that activity. So we do what we say we're going to do, and we get it done when we say we're going to get it done. So I can't thank enough really for their commitment on doing that. So this work essentially demonstrates from a very different angle the continued commitment by the mayor and council to holistically address the community issues and impacts associated with homelessness activity. Since the fall of 2022, about 2,900 sites, over 2,900 sites have been essentially cleaned by our environmental services crews. So in that time frame, roughly about $3.2 million has been spent to clean up obviously multiple areas in multiple locations, multiple times. And our crews have essentially went from roughly about 3 employees to about full-time employees to 15 employees. So this is where we at. So it tells you how much we have ramped up, the level of involvement. I know the PowerPoint covers really the different levels, the numbers, the locations, the type of cases, what they look like. And so I just wanted to really, again, provide you a very, very broad overview of the work that your environmental service crews have done, and really continue to be there and be committed on continue to provide that service and that support, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the three of you and your entire teams. I know, Mari, you're on, you're the one that's coordinating all of us. But really appreciate the incredible work you all do. You know, a couple of things. There are societal issues that the city of Tucson on our own cannot fix. Unsheltered homelessness is one of those issues that cities across the country are having to confront and are finding ways and finding innovative solutions to try and fix. And because the city of Tucson dove in to finding creative, innovative, and evidence-based solutions to this issue, does not mean that it is our problem and our problem alone. And so the whole idea of bringing Pima County to the table and hiring Mari as a, what's your title, Mari? Multi-agency resource coordinator, right? We wanted to bring Pima County to the table to help pay your salary and then have department directors show up to our meetings because it was important for me and the city manager and all of us to bring in another jurisdiction to help us with this. We've tapped into funds from both the federal government and the state government to help us find solutions. And so it is overwhelming. And even though we have the beautiful stories that you shared, Brandy, of human beings that were helped by us, we don't have enough to be able to help everyone. So we have to get to, one, layering funds from Pima County, from the state, from the feds, besides our very own general funds, to be able to help the overwhelming need that we have. One of the reasons that I've had conversations with our city manager, Tim Tamir, for years we've put all of this work and the map of departments that are part of this issue is because there's still huge gaps that exist, right? I believe you've said this number before, Brandy, that a big majority of unsheltered individuals either have serious mental illness or substance use disorders. I think it's up in the 90s percentages. And so what are the gaps that we see, that you all see, that your teams and team members see that we still have to work on? And I think that's why bringing additional layers of this issue to the table as we continue to provide these invaluable services, bringing in the Pima County attorney, bringing in the court systems, bringing in the state in terms of behavioral health services that we need, thinking creatively of what the gaps that don't possibly exist yet, right? We've talked about detox centers or the possibility of creating assisted detox centers, because jails are no place to find solutions for those that have substance use disorders. And so I want us to continue elevating the needs, study the gaps, and then try and find solutions with all of the jurisdictions that have to have a role in the problem. Because cities are not responsible alone for unsheltered homelessness and substance use disorders and mental health issues. We are all of our societies. And so therefore, all governments should be part of the solution and should be having a seat at the table, as well as their funds at the table. So that's why I think bringing the what's happening at the opioid settlement space and how to put those funds to work for the gaps that we have are important. So I hope that we continue pushing the envelope and the innovation and continue asking questions as to where are the gaps and how and who we need to invite to the table to help us with these issues. So open up for comments or questions. Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor.
So a few things, and this is stuff we're already working on, but I want to let people know we're working on it because some of the inside baseball folks have these questions, and if you'll indulge me for a second, when I first got on the council, I just assumed that no one had thought of stuff I thought of. And I talked to so many constituents and folks around the city who they'll make a suggestion. It's a really good suggestion, except that what they don't realize is that we're kind of already doing that. A lot of things we're already doing. But I want to talk about that continuum of information, not continuum of care. We've kind of figured that out. Everybody's got their niches, and organically it's starting to fall into place. But the continuum of information, so we have an officer make an engagement, and they JAGE on it, and so we have a log of that. But a lot of our social workers, especially the ones that we contract with, have zero information there to track those engagements. A social worker will then go and engage and at least give them water, not do anything clinical, just give them water, let them know blah, 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 hey, gee whiz, but they can't say, hey, you do have a court date, just a reminder, and they can't say, hey, you do, because they don't have access to that information in real time. And then we'll have another person come in from our own agency, and they'll interview somebody who's actually already probably maybe had some services from us but blew their placement, and they won't have that knowledge until later on in the conversation after they've already started that process. So the question is, and I know we're working on it, so I'm asking about progress on this, how are we doing in getting that continuum of information so that our navigators, our encampment experts, our CSOs, our officers all have this information real time so that they have the best the most up-to-date and current information necessary to make conscientious decisions on each case? That's my question.
So one of the things that we're working on is through the homeless management information system. What we'd like to have happen is opening some of the program information to be on the first sheet that would pop up. So for example, if Brandy was a case manager that was coming out to me, she could go through, have the information, ask, do you want to take shelter? What are your barriers to taking shelter? Oh, it's my family composition. I don't want to be separated from my significant other. It can't be male, female. Or it's a pet. Or it's my substance use. There's not a low enough shelter for me to go to. And so something that we can have that you don't have to start from the beginning every time you go to help somebody out. It kind of gives you okay, hey, Brandy talked to Madi. Looks like, talked to you last week. You declined shelter for this, but what if we work on, getting your pet fostered for a while? Would you consider that then? Looks like you also got some medical things that we can probably help you with. And it's not starting from day one, and because for a lot of them, they have to tell their story over and over and over to different outreach workers. So how we can work with, and the information lies in the county. It lands, they hold the HMIS data, and they're willing to work with us. We're just trying to figure out what it is that we need to see for that. And the second thing is the housing attempt to locate, which they call the HADL. That would be the list of individuals that show up that have vouchers ready. That can be, the information can be disaggregated and it could be shared with police officers. So if for some reason a police officer has somebody there, they can pull up that HADL list and say, hey, did you know you have a voucher ready for you? OPCS is ready for, and then they make that contact and they can get to the case manager. So those are the two big things that we've been working on. But I definitely think having the information kind of set and ready to go where they don't have to start everything all over again would be super helpful.
I know we're also working on remote court and real-time remote court so that folks can quash warrants in the field and stuff like that, but not just to quash warrants, but also at least get some understanding of their legal things. Again, when we're engaging with folks that are under the influence at the time, it makes it a lot tougher. And what's even tougher is that we get folks that are under the influence a lot, but when they're not under the influence and they're in that moment of clarity that we've talked about, they're actually coming to us and they're ready. And if it doesn't happen right away, we get into this. So we want to have that kind of bridge that gets us there. I know you guys are all working on this stuff. I love hearing about the updates. I think the online tracking cloud, like a tracking cloud, that all 5 groups, whether you're a social worker, whether you're with housing, whether you're with legal system like courts, like if you're like the PD or the PD social worker, or if you're law enforcement, or if you're even fire, maybe we have to have some type of unified trackability. And I don't know how we get there. It's a lot. No one else has it. We're literally making it up right now. But I think we can probably get there where we have some continuity on how to track each individual. One thing I will say is this. One of the places that's been a resource for me is actually there's a Facebook page where family members are asking for people to look out for their loved ones. I urge Tucsonans to join it. It's a situation where if you see somebody, a lot of these folks, a lot of the parents or family members or brothers or sisters, they just want to know their brother's okay. And when they don't hear from them for 2 or 3 weeks, they post some pictures. That information can help us, and it helps us remember that a lot of these folks that are in this situation still have people that love them. And so if we can keep our eye on that, I think we're going to be doing a lot better work than some of the other cities. So that's my input for this afternoon, but I really want to thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, Councilmember. We do have Councilmember Lee's hand is up. So Councilmember Lee, and then we'll go to Councilmember Fimbres. And then we're going to have to leave it there. Oh.
Thank you, Mayor. And I
You'll be the
will be
last one.
brief. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to obviously thank the team for all the hard work they do every single day to make this incremental massive change, though, that we're seeing in the neighborhood and in the community. I also wanted to specifically thank the team for the amazing job that they did, not just Brandy and Madi, but Carlos and his team. I'm looking at my notes from May, over 30 people from ES. I know TPD, TFD, so many different departments were involved with the 100-acre cleanup to enable the federal government to come in and start doing much needed PFAS remediation. Carlos, I have in my notes that your team removed 400 tons or 800,000 pounds of trash and debris out of that area. So that was just another example of such a huge accomplishment that the team made to enable some really necessary things to happen in our community. So great work to the team. Thanks for everything that you all are doing. That's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll finish off with the Vice Mayor.
Well, I think everybody's working on this. You know, Mayor, we've been doing this since last 10 years that I've been in here. And I'm thinking the staff, everybody's working hard on this. My colleagues on the council, yourself, Madam Mayor, you give us the directions, Brandy Champion and Wiki with ICS came out there and did a research on this. We gotta keep working on this though. We gotta solve this problem. Tucson can do this first one in the city, in the country to solve this problem. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you, Councilmember, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Again, I am so appreciative of the work of all three of your teams. Ward 3, we're like ground zero for people who are experiencing houselessness and people who are on the street doing fentanyl who may or may not be houseless. And it makes, I think, the impact of homelessness seem bigger. The opioid crisis is something we're going to have to work on hard. I had a question and then I answered it myself, but it helped me understand. You were talking about response to encampment report going from 2 weeks to two days, and that's great. We work with Cashew a lot and creating care coordinators for people experiencing homelessness to try to get them in the system, and they do great work. I can't praise Cashew more than enough. Because of staffing problems, they went from, we could tell people, your care coordinator will contact you within 3 days. Now it's a week. But it's just they're having to hire staffing. So again, wonderful work. And Carlos, your team is very responsive when we get reports, not just of homeless encampments, but someone's dumped a bunch of trash in my alley. Doing great work over there. And the people who are doing the cleanups, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
I promised that you would be the last one, but something popped into my my brain. Okay, the report, I just want to remind my colleagues in the community, the report on the individuals staying at Wildcat, Desert Cove, and Amazon includes 62 children that would otherwise be homeless. So we need to keep that in mind as to what these resources do, not just for individuals, but for children and families. The other thing that I wanted to ask about or just comment on really is that our climate resilience office also partnered with Housing First to distribute, what are they called, cooling kits with water and Gatorade and all kinds of goodies. How many did we distribute? Do we know right off the bat? Today. So we've distributed, I think, more than 300 cooling kits in partnership with Housing First and Parks and Recreation and our Office of Resiliency. Mr. Tamir, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for a quick second. The point I wanted to make is that's a way that literally everybody can contribute. Because while these teams, which I thank for their work in the field, for example, last month, my executive leadership team, we went out and worked with Brandy and her team to put those cooling kits together, but also there's care kits that have like snacks and water and sunscreen and things like that. So there's the right work in the right hands, and there's also the many hands make light work. So there's always a chance to affect this outcome by participating, and the cooling kits are an example of that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate the incredible work you do. Alrighty, we move on to item 12. I requested that the Arts Foundation of Tucson and Southern Arizona give mayor and council an update and presentation. I want to especially thank Adriana for this comprehensive report that she's about to give the mayor and council on this. And then someone that is key to putting it all together, especially with the Arts Foundation and the work that we're doing with the Somos Uno Cultural Heritage Strategy, is Lane Mandel, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Tamir. She puts it all together. She's the glue that makes it all work. So thank you, Lane. Adriana, I know that you have some team members here. Thank you so much for the presentation, and the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, Mayor Romero, council members, Vice Mayor Dahl, City Manager, and community members. My name is Adriana Gallego. I'm the CEO of the Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona. I have a few updates to share with you today on behalf of the team and board of the Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona. Considering the series of social, health, environmental, and economic conditions affecting our daily lives, I'm grateful for the opportunity to work through these daily challenges by invoking the transformative power of the arts as an antidote to the vulnerabilities in our human condition and as a projection for the collective manifestation of our dream work. We are here today as a testament to the value our leaders have placed on arts and cultural expression as key contributors to individual health, social connectedness at a time when our communities need it the most. The mission of the Arts Foundation is to advance artistic expression, civic participation, and equitable economic growth. Our vision to effect systemic change that fosters an accessible, diverse, inclusive, and equitable arts community is not one that will be accomplished in silos. Our team is listening, ready to do the work, and to continuing to collaborate in making it so. What I wanted to share with you today is the list of partners that we have been working very collaborative with over the last 4 years and even before my time to ensure that the arts are seen as partners and as solution generators to the issues that we face in our time. Artists have families, artists contribute to the economic vitality of our communities, and artists have a way of seeing things that may not be visible to the layperson's eye, but will be able to bring it to life by exercising their ability to see things differently. I'm excited to announce that in the next couple weeks, we will be launching a funding program thanks to Tucson ARPA grants, community partnership grants, where artists will have the opportunity to select their own clients in any sector, nonprofit, government agency, or peer-to-peer support to be able, A, to create a job and be able to work this year, and 2, to be able to integrate a different perspective into another arena. The Arts Foundation was built by community for community in the 70s. A decade later, Pima County and the City of Tucson designated our agency as the principal mechanism through which arts and cultural activities will be planned and carried out within the metropolitan area. This opportunity arose just not even, maybe a little over a decade after the foundation of the National Endowment for the Arts, and after every state created a commission for the state of arts. So in 1971, a group of local residents decided to create a council by which it would be a catalyst and information resources for the cultural development for Greater Tucson. And fast forward to today, we are happy to announce, and we are honored to be entrusted with the provision of services to artists, culture bearers, and culture workers across Tucson, Pima County, and Southern Arizona from the southern edges of the Gila River to the multidimensional borderlands stretching across tribal nations, state and international borders, including my hometown of Nogales. It's been such a privilege and a pleasure to be able to activate Tucson's notion as a home, as a hub for so many of us who may have been born around rural communities. The work that we do simulates the migratory economies that exist in our Southern Arizona sector. So what the gifts and the channeling of resources is a reciprocity that is felt and transmitted not just by the workforce that comes into Tucson and delivers important services, but also the reciprocity of being able to support our families in Tucson and beyond. You may be asking what a local arts agency is. And local arts agencies come in very different scopes and sizes in terms of the services that we provide. And basically, there are about 4,000 local arts agencies across the country. And we work to support the local arts economies, either through nonprofit and for-profit collaborations, or through nonprofit and public collaborations. And sometimes there are local arts agencies that may not have an intergovernmental agreement with their local city or county in a formal sense, but in a functional sense, they do work, and we all look very different across the country. The services that we provide are very comprehensive, and we do this on behalf of the city of Tucson. We employ highly trained arts professionals to provide specialized services, convenings, and training in arts and culture business management for artists and arts organizations. I'm proud to say that when I first came into the Arts Foundation in April 2020, we had 3.5 staff, and now we are upwards of 10 full-time staff, 1 part-time staff, and we are able to collaborate with 8 women-owned businesses. 100% of our teammates are working artists in various disciplines. So in essence, we invest in the product that we believe in. So we're very fortunate to be able to count on the investments that the city of Tucson contributes to our organization, and through that relationship, we're able to distribute support through communities, and we're able to leverage support by the state, by the federal government, and by private entities, as well as Pima County. When I inherited the Arts Foundation in April 2020, the board and community had come up with a very prescient strategy, a very prescient strategic plan, which was actually very helpful in getting us through the early days of the pandemic and in continuing to be able to activate the vision. It really gave a reference point for how we have and how we will continue to co-author the terms for the future together. The staff and board and volunteers of the Arts Foundation created this community-informed strategic plan with equity as the North Star of how we can do better for our communities. Through these investments, our vibrant arts and culture ecosystem is able to activate creativity, inspire, heal, and tell stories of our time to foster belonging and to nourish joy. You could say that out of the pandemic, the Arts Foundation emerged as a 50-year-old startup. We were very lean, and we had the team had survived so many different changes in leadership and had survived different economic downturns. And we certainly couldn't have done this without you and your advocacy to support the organization through our different relationships and contracts. The way that we were able to optimize the strategic plan is by planning out a 4-year scalable model. You'll see that The future is yet to be determined. That's something we'll be working with our board and team. But basically, we set a course in action for relief, recovery, rebuilding, and regenerated. And we did this through a combination of funding support, public art, promotion, and advocacy. Wanted to share a couple of highlights with you to impart the ways in which we are communicating the vibrant arts economies of Tucson and Southern Arizona at a national level. Recently, we were one of a handful of local arts agencies that were invited to a summit at the White House on behalf of the White House and Domestic Policy and the National Endowment for the Arts, where Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson, in collaboration with other sectors at the federal government level, we're talking about the various ways in which arts are integral to other sectors. So I was able to meet with representatives from the Department of Transportation and let them know what a wonderful public art program and collaboration we have here in Tucson. I was able to meet with representatives from HUD to let them know about how the Thrive in the 05 projects are coming along here in Tucson. And I got to meet U.S. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, who was also very happy to hear that we were doing city and county collaborations with the Pima County Department of Health, integrating art as an important and viable option to generate solutions for health issues such as the opioid crisis or recovery from the COVID pandemic, not just the physical implications, but the health and mental conditions as well. We've also been able to bring in 1 million new funding support to Tucson and Southern Arizona. The last several years, we've been, our open studio tours, artists have been able to generate, it's a marketplace where you can go see, visit artists in their studio space so you can see where the magic happens. And so please be on the lookout for that program this year, November 8th, 9th, and 10th. Through some of the community impact initiatives. I think one of the most important things that warms my heart is that through our various programs, we're actually able to bring community members into conversation with each other in an evaluative way where they're actually assessing the pros and cons of specific situations through the arts. In the last year alone, through our grants program and the public art program, my team has hosted over 105 of these types of conversations. And so they're not presentations or meetings, they're literal conversations with community. And so we've reached about 1,300, almost 1,400 participants being able to engage in a critical analysis and dialogue with respect to their communities. And of course, we make deep investments in workforce development, where we have published and promote the incredible arts community that we have here in Tucson that work in different sectors. Public art is one of the important ways in which Tucson invests in art that is accessible to community. During the COVID pandemic, many families, children, friends who were not able to congregate at large scale were actually making events out of visiting these works of art out in communities. So when people really needed a break or an opportunity to see something new, experience something different, they sought opportunities by enjoying the incredible public artwork collection that has been built over the years. Since 2020, we have seen a 75% increase in the public artworks. Bless you. And we have heard very distinctly from our elected officials and our community members that it's really important that our local artists also see themselves as beneficiaries of the opportunities for the thousands of jobs that are available through such programs. And so because of that, my team is creating a public art core curriculum. We've already presented the prototype to arts administrators that work in city departments and in other arts organizations, and we're also working with individual artists who are BIPOC and women who are very much underrepresented in this particular marketplace. We also want our artists to be competitive at a national field. The equity constellations that we've been able to distribute on your behalf has yielded over $3.4 million investment. That includes, the majority of it is federal funds that came through the stewardship of the city of Tucson, and we managed on your behalf. And we were able to also be good neighbors by leveraging a little bit of federal funds to also support our other communities in our surrounding region. And so we've finally been able to reach 21 rural towns and Tucson. The majority of the grants goes to individual artists and their families. That's 463 families, which received 31% of the funding. 221 organizations received 29% of the funding. We were able to, here you can see the funding distribution between the 20 other rural communities. The majority, 90% of the funds and the awards do stay in the city of Tucson proper, as you can see the distribution between the wards. And I think the distribution of funding is very much in line with the density of arts and culture workers in any one particular ward. And the demographics are slightly different when we look at public art. For example, in public art, Ward 4 actually has been enjoying about 17% of the new public artworks coming into town. So that's been, this is just an incredible way of looking in terms of the different ways in which your investment is showing up around town, and how we're working in community together. And just to be clear, City Tucson funds stay in City Tucson tax dollars. But the knowledge is very porous. So in these particular charts, which we can get into later, you see that the majority, there's a consistency in terms of the way that the City of Tucson funds the Arts Foundation and then the output that we provide in community. Most of the funds that we manage are passed through, so it really goes directly to the services that we provide and to the regranting that we provide. We have a very low overhead and very low administrative costs, so we're very lean in that respect. This correlation slide shows you the extent, the degree of different applications, grants, contracts, partnerships that we have solicited over the last 4 years to ensure that we're able to share resources in community. The graph there shows a correlation between our income as an arts foundation and the output in terms of grants. You'll see the blue line is funding from the City of Tucson, and the green line represents the regranting portfolio. So we try, as you can see, this proves that most of our funding is passed through. When we have a good year, everybody has a good year. And just a fun fact is that in 2001, the Arts Foundation budget was $800,000, I think, and the contribution, and it would have been equivalent to $1.4 million now, I think. This is the team. Accountability is, you'll see the direction flows from left to right, and our most important community are the community members on the far right. who we are beholden to, who represent community members in general. So all the work that we do really leads and falls into the hands of the Public Art and Community Design Committee, community panel, artists, and arts organizations. And then, you know, it circles back. And finally, almost finally, the Arts Foundation is powered by artists. This is our fiscal year 24 roster. We are listed in order of appearance. So starting with 2020 and then somewhere along the line, I think our most recent teammates in 2023 and 2024. So I couldn't have done this work without people like my teammates who are such incredible professionals and very creative, and their moral compass is leading with compassion. So very happy to work with them. And I'll just leave us on this note. One of my favorite troubadours is Silvio Rodriguez, and he says, "Prefiero hablar de lo imposible porque de lo posible se sabe demasiado." I prefer to speak of those things that are impossible because we already know too much of what is possible. Questions?
Thank you so much, Adriana. That was a wonderful presentation. And one of the reasons that I wanted you back in front of us is I don't know if you've ever been here in front of us since you became the executive director. And so it has been a wild 4 years. And you have been an incredible partner to the city of Tucson to be able to, especially with CARES funds and the ARPA funds, and we created the Somos Uno foundation. We used the foundation to put out money on. It was incredible to just call you and basically say the mayor and council want to make sure that our arts organizations don't, are not dismantled because of COVID, especially those places that rely on people going to presentations and to concerts and all of this artistic infrastructure. We didn't want it to go away. So you played an incredible role with that, and you have also been playing an incredible role with the Somos Uno cultural strategy, giving us input, feedback, and really helping guide the process every step of the way. So congratulations. I am all for bringing in federal funds to Tucson, and you've been pretty successful at bringing the funds in so that we can re-grant and then we can create that infrastructure at the Arts Foundation that is so important. I've been looking at some numbers in terms of what art does to our economy, and it is really impressive what art and artists and arts organizations do, not just for the economy and the return on investment in the economy, but also what it does to distinguish Tucson from other areas. So I just wanted to add that and wanted to open up if there's any questions or comments, concerns, input, feedback. Adriana is available for that. Vice Mayor.
Seems like I have something to say about everything.
That's good.
But I want to compliment you on the presentation. I don't think of arts as being so statistically based. And I was excited by all those statistics. And it shows that you're really doing good work. In my ward, there's a nonprofit that's involved in arts, the Drawing Studio. Does your foundation have any connection with them?
Absolutely. We collaborate with the Drawing Studio. We had one of their representatives was in our JEDI, Justice, Equity, and Diversity Committee.
I love it when you use JEDI for that.
And we also were so excited that they presented to Pima County a proclamation for an Arts Day this past spring, and they invited us along to co-sign on the proclamation along with other arts organizations. They do incredible work, and they're absolutely one of our grantees, certainly. Great. They're very professional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? All right. Councilmember?
Thank you for the presentation. I think that a lot of things get lost on the ROI we get from arts. Not only it's one of those cool things that's a business incubator as well as an empowerment tool, as well as brings people together, as well as enhances community value, all in one. A lot of people can't quantify that. I'll make the commitment right now to continue to work towards funding the arts properly so that we're ahead of the game. So I just wanted to let you know that for a guy who's really well known for funding youth sports, I know this might come as a surprise, but I'm just as enthusiastic about the arts, especially for kids. So just want to let you know that, totally on the team, and I appreciate you coming in and again, giving us this opportunity so that some of the folks who have doubts about arts actually see quantifiably why it's so important to our community.
Thank you so much, Councilmember.
Well
Cunningham.
said. Any others? Alrighty, Adriana, thank you so much and your entire team for the incredible work that you do. You're small but mighty and growing. Thanks for your work that you're doing out on the ground and for cultivating the arts here in Tucson. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your
you.
time.
Really appreciate you. Alrighty, so we're moving to item 13. Time has been set aside for a quarterly update on the management of PFAS here in the city of Tucson. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, coming to the table is Water Director John Kamik, and he'll be giving you the update on PFAS and how the water we serve continues to be safe.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members, city manager. Excuse me. This PFAS quarterly update is to document for the public actions and activities that have occurred at the national, state, and local levels during the second quarter of this calendar year 2024, April 1st through June 30th. First and foremost, Tucson Water's potable system. Water system should be free of any known PFAS impacts. Rigorous testing over the years have identified several areas of the aquifer in the Tucson Basin that need to be avoided to ensure PFAS compounds are not unknowingly distributed to the community. To date, we have proactively turned off 22 potable wells over the last few years and have restricted the use for emergency only for 7 additional wells. In addition to the Tucson Airport remediation project has been rerouted from the potable system to the non-potable beneficial use status, supplying water for the reclaimed water system, as well as a discharge location on the Santa Cruz River, known as the Heritage Park Irvington Outfall. On average, just under 10% of daily production from this facility is going to the outfall in the Santa Cruz River, while the vast majority of the highly treated water is being distributed to the reclaimed water system across the community. Early in this quarter, the US EPA did provide finalized national primary drinking water regulations for some PFAS compounds. This has been something that we have been encouraging and waiting for many years. The new rule provides criteria for 5 PFAS compounds directly: PFOA not to exceed 4 part per trillion with a goal of 0, PFOS not to exceed 4 part per trillion with a goal of 0, PFHXS not to exceed 10 part per trillion, PFNA not to exceed 10 part per trillion, and HFPO-DA, also known as Gen X, not to exceed 10 parts per trillion. In addition to the individual regulations, the EPA also established a hazard index regulation that takes any occurrence of 2 or more compounds of PFHXS, PFNA, Gen X, and PFBS and creates an additive ratio using their contaminant limit or health advisory. If the final value is above 1, then that would result in a regulatory exceedance. The positive news is that these EPA regulations were very consistent with the Tucson Water internal operating guidelines that we have established and had in place for many years. In addition to PFAS drinking water regulations, the US EPA has also designated 2 compounds, PFOA and PFOS, as hazardous substances. This designation occurred on April 19th, 2024. This will help expedite measures for environmental cleanups by providing an official cleanup standard for responsible parties to adhere to. Upon direction received from Mayor and Council in October of 22, Tucson Water has started work on the Randolph Park PFAS project, which will include a new well and a PFAS treatment facility in Randolph Park located at the north end of the existing plume of the PFAS that is emanating from the Davis Mountain area. This project is intended to capture and treat contaminated groundwater from further migration into the Tucson water service area, preventing further impact to Tucson water's central well field. Treated water will be beneficially reused for irrigation at the golf course. Construction has begun with the drilling of a remediation well in the compound. Development of the well to meet intended recovery targets is ongoing. The construction of the treatment facility will begin later this fall. This project is funded in part by $6.7 million from the 2022 Colorado River System Conservation proceeds, as previously approved by Mayor and Council. Additionally, the Omnibus Appropriations Bill of 2024 will ultimately provide $2.25 million offset for the project. The bill was signed into law on March 9, 2024, and was very well supported by our local, federal, congressional members. The activities at the site should cause very little disruption to the course itself and minimal interruption to the walking path along Broadway Avenue. Staff from Water and Parks will continue to work jointly to ensure safety to the general public is maintained throughout the construction. Since this project would be categorized as an environmental project, there will be no interruptions to potable or reclaimed water service in the area. Staff has also completed the final design of a treatment facility to be added ahead of the TARP AOP plant. This project is designed to remove PFAS from incoming water from the TARP well field so the original TARP AOP facility can return to its original intent, the removal of TZE and 1,4-dioxane with granular activated carbon for peroxide quenching. The final acceptance of the design and the ultimate construction is expected to take just over 2 years before it becomes operational. This project is currently being funded by the state of Arizona and will have a total cost near $24.9 million. Moving on to the north, the Northwest Wellhead Treatment Facility project received final approval from the Arizona WIFA Board during the October 18, 2023 meeting and was approved by Mayor and Council during the November 14, 2023 meeting. Tucson Water has started initial preliminary design work and is working with city real estate to ensure properties to be used and additional sites are secured. This project will take approximately 2 years to complete. Tucson Water is currently working to procure a final design consultant and construction team. Once completed, the northerly area of the city's main water system will have nearly 3 million gallons per day of highly treated water returned back to the water system portfolio. As a quick update to our product liability lawsuit that is being heard in Charleston, South Carolina, the city of Tucson has filed its first claim forms in this quarter. This information will assist the court in determining the impact of PFAS contamination to participating plaintiff utilities in that case, like Tucson Water. This information is a combination of laboratory data and historic groundwater production. Later this month, the city will also be filing a second claim form to support additional information requests. And lastly, of significant note, the US EPA, with support from ADEQ, sent an emergency administrative order for response to the US Air Force and Arizona Air National Guard on May 29, 2024. This order outlines expected actions that the US EPA is requiring from those parties to address the PFAS issues associated with the Morris Air National Guard Base and Air Force Plant 44 at Tucson Airport. Since May 29th, there has been continued correspondence between the parties involved on how they address the requirements put forth by the US EPA. As of the latest correspondence, the Air Force is due to provide the US EPA a detailed plan at the end of this month. As those correspondence and actions between the parties continue, we will continue to brief the council and community in future updates and quarterly reports. Honorable Mayor and Council Member, that concludes this quarterly report.
Thank you so much, John. Really appreciate it. I guess for me, my question is and I don't know if this is a legal question that we have to consider an executive, but what's the next step? I know that the EPA issued the emergency administrative order, but there was a response that we were very concerned about. So I guess what's next?
Honorable Mayor, I think your instincts are right in terms of next steps is probably a discussion for executive session. But what you've said here publicly is not just important, but entirely accurate. The order was issued, a response was provided contesting the order and or the authority of the EPA. to require the planning and mitigation actions that were the subject of the order. So that's going to take some time to play out as legal arguments are raised on both sides or all sides. And at the appropriate time, we will come back to the mayor and council when we have more information and enough to brief you about and get your direction as to next steps with respect to that. I did want to follow up on something that John said, because he had a lot of information to cover, but we did get the claim forms timely submitted in advance of the July deadline. And I just want to note that that was a huge lift. And the folks in Tucson Water, and then in my office, particularly Chris from my office, and lots of folks in John's office, put tremendous amount of effort into getting that material all submitted for the court. It's going to be the basis for what the allocation of relief is out of the litigation. So this is a huge step. But now we're in the midst of the next huge step, which is submitting our supplemental claims under what's called the special needs category, which is a hugely important part, particularly for the city of Tucson and Tucson Water, because we probably as much or more so than any other water provider in the nation have taken extraordinary steps at extraordinary cost, as you are all well aware, to mitigate the impacts of PFAS and to keep our water safe for all of our customers. So those special needs claims are a critical and essential part of our ability to recover funds through the litigation.
Well, in keeping track of the back and forth and the help that the EPA applied to the Air Force, their response is like, we're not causing any harm. Well, because we're cleaning it, we're remediating the water, and we're paying for it, for something that you all did. And so I would love to be able to know how to help elevate this, and I would highly recommend that we keep our congressional delegation and including our senators, well informed on this, because they have been following with us, right? Our congressional members that represent Tucson, Senator Kelly, Senator Sinema, they have all been paying attention to our needs and our concerns in terms of PFAS. So I think it's important that we keep them in the loop, informed on where we are and all of the back and forth that has been happening between Tucson, the EPA, and the DOD. Karen?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the update. And I want to thank you, Mayor, for staying in touch with our delegation. I think it's frustrating, to say the least, to have federal, state, and local authorities not aligned when we theoretically all are representing the same interests and the needs of our community. And so I think touching base with the federal delegation is really critical, and do want to emphasize that point. And I know the presentation was opened by our city manager with the point that the mayor and council has been incredibly proactive in ensuring that regardless of the power jockeying and the finger pointing, especially early on, we took measures immediately, very expensive, decisive steps to construct a treatment plant and to get on top of the needs of Tucson Water to keep our water safe and clean. And I fully expect that we will continue to be, very aggressive in holding the parties accountable so that the community and Tucson can be reimbursed for all of those costs. But regardless, I do think it's just important to emphasize we recognize and take very seriously our responsibility to safeguard our water supply.
Any others? All right, if there's no more questions, thank you so much, John. Thank you so much, Tim. Really appreciate the work of Chris Avery and everyone that's making sure that we're moving aggressively towards a solution for this. Thank you. Alrighty, we move on to item 14. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on the state and national legislation and regional committees. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. With us again, he came back for another meeting, and so that means you're all in, right? Okay, all right. This is Andres Cano with our update on state and federal.
Thank you so much, Mayor and honorable members of the council. It's an exciting time for Tucson as we continue to work closely with our congressional partners on critical projects. Some of them have mentioned throughout the meeting today. I do want to tell you on the federal side that the U.S. House and Senate are currently out of session for the August recess, and they will return on September 9th. In September, the House is expected to consider a short-term continuing resolution to extend the fiscal year beyond Election Day. And I want to thank this mayor and council for prioritizing visits in July with our federal contract team, Bracy Tucker Brown. We had productive meetings with your offices and coordinated visits with Tucson Water, our Department of Housing and Community Development, and the Economic Initiatives team. Going to the state side, I'm pleased to inform you that we are going to begin developing your legislative agenda shortly. This guiding document, as you know, is crucial for our work at the state capitol, and your input will be vital to shaping it. While the state's deficit prevented us from receiving funding for City of Tucson projects in this last state budget, we will start exploring opportunities for partnerships with our legislative delegation and, of course, the governor's office. In mid-July, I sent a memo to your offices outlining key legislative and citizen ballot initiatives for the November 2024 election. You may recall that the Arizona legislature referred 11 measures to the ballot during the 2023 and 2024 sessions. Those issues address ranked choice voting, initiative signatures, emergency powers by the governor, and judicial retention. And we sent an updated memo your way with the proposition numbers that voters in your wards will, and our city will see on the November ballot. 3 citizen-driven initiatives will focus on establishing a right to abortion, nonpartisan primary elections, and increasing the minimum wage. Lastly, I want to share that 5 members of Tucson's legislative delegation were successful in the primary election that occurred just a few days ago. They will not face a general election opponent, and so on your behalf, we send our congratulations to State Senator Sally Ann Gonzalez, Senator Rosana Gabaldon, Senator Priya Sundaresan, Representative Alma Hernandez, and Representative Betty Villegas. We look forward to working with them in the 57th legislature, and the remaining legislative seats will be decided in November. With that, I know that I am the only thing standing between the break for the regular meeting. Mayor and members of the council, with that, I am open for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from my colleagues on the council? Thank you, Andres. Really appreciate your update. They're always so informative. But it's not just you standing in the middle of us and the break. There's still more to come. But I did want to just report on a couple of things. I want to express our deep appreciation to our congressional delegation for their continued support on Tucson's initiatives. As mayor, I've worked closely with our congressional delegation and the Biden-Harris administration to keep federal funds in Tucson and bring additional federal funds to Tucson, because I believe that when we work together, it is so much better and meaningful for Tucsonans. So like to thank everyone that participated in the 10th year anniversary of the Sunlink streetcar. Thanks to the incredible work, again, of our partnership with our congressional delegation and our mayor at the time, Mayor Walkup, for working so well together, Congressman Grijalva and Mayor Walkup at the time really did yeoman's work in bringing $73 million in federal funds to build Sunlink. Our benefit as a region has been $4 billion in public and private sector investment. And it's pretty incredible, the tangible benefits that we've seen. 10 million rides later, the streetcar stands as a beacon of transit equity, ensuring that all Tucsonans have access to reliable and efficient public transportation. As mayor and council prioritize infrastructure improvements throughout the city of Tucson, we've got lots of work and opportunities ahead of us for boosting affordable housing, to making bus rapid transit a reality. That's still in the works, and we're going to continue working on that. So thank you, Andres, for your incredible work. I know that we have some good news on Jacobs Park. We've received word that we have received, how much is the amount? Almost $3 million to from Deb Holland. I don't have the information in front of me. Where is it? Right here? Alrighty. So here's the information. 2.9, almost 3 million, $2.995 million to revitalize and expand Jacobs Park in Ward 3. The Jacobs Park project redevelops the park to create a softball complex, new skate park, 2 additional soccer fields built to tournament standards, and futsal and pickleball courts. It also expands the dog park, eliminates a parking lot, and creates a family use area with playground, picnic, and grill areas, and adds a new restroom and concessions building. In addition to the new recreation facilities, the projects address stormwater infrastructure and plants over 300 new trees. I want to thank especially Congressman Grijalva and our entire congressional delegation for their support of this project. Also, I want to thank the Department of Interior and the Secretary, Deb Holland, for choosing Tucson to invest this almost $3 million, $2.995 million to expand and reinvest into Jacobs Park, which is a really important thrive in the O5 area that we want to make sure that we're layering investments that has been historically disinvested in. So I just wanted to share officially that additional funds that we've had. With that, open it up for questions, comments, or anything else. Alrighty. Thank you, Andres. Really appreciate your report. Alrighty, we move on to item 15. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Mr. Rankin.
Not to remove, Mayor, but just to let the Mayor and Council know here at the study session, we'll be reading a change into the record with respect to item C, which is the Mayor and Council meeting schedule, to update the exhibit so that it will show the next meeting as being August 27 instead of August 20.
All righty, anything else? Item 16, does anyone have any future agenda items? Mr. Rankin.
Mayor, I'm expecting that for a future agenda, with a date as yet to be determined, we will be scheduling amendments to the MOUs between the city and our 4 recognized labor organizations, which of course you know to be TPOA, TFFA, CWA, and AFSCME. The reason we'll need to amend those agreements is the decision by the Arizona Supreme Court on July 31st that I circulated to the Mayor and Council in the case of Gilmore v. Gallego. In that decision, the court found that payment by cities to its employees for release time, which refers to time when those employees perform union duties, violates the Arizona Constitution, specifically the gift clause. The case was filed by the Goldwater Institute on behalf of a couple of employees of the city of Phoenix, under which they challenged the release time provisions in a specific MOU between Phoenix and the labor organization AFSCME. The court reversed prior law on the issue of release time and in a unanimous decision found that the city payment of release time is unconstitutional under the gift clause. Here in Tucson, each of our 4 existing MOUs has some version of release time within its provisions, as we had all relied on the Supreme Court's prior decisions to include those within our agreements. But now the court has reversed course, and our MOU provisions cannot be carried out as they are written. We've notified the labor organizations, and at such time as we have amendments ready for your consideration, we will bring them forward to you. We can't talk about this issue right now because it's not on the agenda, but I wanted to put it on your radar for a future agenda and make sure that you know that this issue is not one that is a City of Tucson created issue or that my office has said you do this or do that or the city management. It's the product of a lawsuit and resulted in a reversal of Arizona law by the state Supreme Court.
Thank you for the report. Really appreciate it, Mike. And I mean, do we have to, or do you all have to work with the labor unions to kind of figure out what's next, or what's a for sure? And then what are the dates associated with the necessary changes?
Mayor, the for sure is that the Supreme Court decision is now the law of the land, and we have to figure out a way to comply with it. We have already started that process, notified the labor organizations and their legal counsel, and we will come back with amendments as soon as we're ready. I don't have a date to give you yet.
Thank you so much for the report, Mike. Really appreciate it. So study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin. Let's make sure I'm giving you plenty of time. The regular session begins at 5:30 p.m. The next study session will be Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. Thank you all. stand in session. Council will stand in session. Council will stand in session. Thank you. For the record, Council members Fimbre, Councilwoman Lee, and Councilmember Ulick will be joining us via Teams. Let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz,
Absent excused.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Vice Mayor Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres, Mixulik. Let's see.
Sorry about that. Here.
Thank you. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Carla Inclán, City Clerk staff. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, everyone. Thank you for bringing us today to this meeting, healthy and open-minded. We ask for your guidance from the Mayor and Council as they make decisions that will affect the lives of all Tucsonans. Please help make these decisions without bias or prejudice. It is important to remember to do what is best for the entire community. We know this is not an easy task, but we ask for guidance in which will benefit most people. Please bless this meeting. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Inclán. That was wonderful. All righty, we move on to item 2C.
Presentations.
I'd like to present the Lifetime Achievement Award to Judy Leon for more than 50 years of service to Suntran. Is Judy here with us?
Thank you.
And I do see, Judy, that you brought your brothers and sisters in the Teamsters Union. Your family that you.
They're all my kids.
Did you train them all?
Just about.
Well, we have a really special copper plaque for you. We reserve these for really special occasions, and Judy, more than 50 years of service to Suntran is a whole lifetime of service to your community. Thank you so much for everything that every day that you decided to come in and work and provide a service, a valuable service to your community. We all appreciate it. Your community, the mayor and council, the Teamsters, Suntran, we all appreciate it. So let me read it for you, okay? This is an award of appreciation and recognition on behalf of the Office of the Mayor in the City of Tucson. On behalf of the City of Tucson and with sincere gratitude, it is with great pleasure that this copper plaque is presented to you in recognition of more than 50 years of outstanding service to a grateful community. Your successful career culminated as a coach operator with Suntran. Your unwavering commitment, outstanding dedication, and exceptional contributions over the past 50 years have significantly enriched Suntran and driven the growth and success for Tucson. We honor and celebrate your remarkable journey and the invaluable impact you have made in driving, literally, Tucson forward. Your long and honorable service contributed greatly to the improvement of the Old Pueblo. Your dedication and expertise have greatly benefited Suntran and the Tucson community. Thank you for representing the City of Tucson and the Transit Services Division in an exemplary manner. I commend you for a job well done. Given under my hand and the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, this 7th day of August, 2024. Congratulations. Do you want to say something?
I'm not a talker. It's been in my 50 years, it's been a pleasure to serve Tucson and all my lovely co-workers, my Teamster members, and with a lot of good people that I carried out there on the bus. They were great. Even the school kids that I carried, it was fantastic. And I'm just tired, and that's why I'm retiring. Otherwise, I would stay. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
Teamsters 104.
Yes. And we have a certificate for you as well. Judy Mark, lifetime achievement award. So a certificate and a plaque in the box.
Thank you much.
Thank you so much. Well, that was wonderful. Alrighty, so we move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 232 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
There's
So
a
moved.
motion. Do I get a second? Yes. Motion and a second. I would like to thank, and let me call them all by name, Alan Forrest, Hillary Varnador, Juliet McKenna, Rory Junman, Stephen Washburn, all to the Citizens Water Advisory Committee, and the reappointments of Andrea Gerlach and Val Little to the Citizens Water Advisory Committee. Also, the appointment of Kathleen Velo to the Public Art and Community Design Committee, and the appointment of Greg Stoner to West University Historic Zone Advisory Board. Thank you all so much. Also, the appointment of Alex Zimmerman of the Outdoor Lighting Code Committee. I'd like to thank you all for your willingness to serve the city. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Alrighty, hearing none. Item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 204, dated August 7th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does anyone on the council have anything to report at this time? All right, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. Today I've been thinking about libraries because I heard that Pima College libraries are open to the public. You can apply for and get a community library card. So in addition to the 27 Pima libraries, which are all great and provide books and services, Pima College libraries at the 5 campuses are available. And it reminded me that at Board 3, we have a little lending library. So across the city, you've seen them. You can just take books and give books. A great phenomenon. Books are important. At Ward 3, it's kind of like a library function. IT has put in 2 public use computers. So when we're open, the public can come in and use those to do anything that you might do on a computer. First come, first serve. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 1, and at other times as well. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cunningham?
So we haven't met in a while, so I have a bunch of stuff on here. First of all, I want to thank Joseph Blair for hosting his basketball camp and basketball academy. It was free to 80 students. It was an outstanding program, all done. Want to thank Sunnyside School District for collaborating with us, thanking the mayor for coming. It's a great program, and I think we'll see more of it. Also happy to announce that his foundation's going to help redo the courts at Palo Verde Park, and they'll be named after his mother, Judith Blair, who was a senior Olympian. And so congratulations to Joseph and his team for a successful event. I also wanted to acknowledge the loss of Steve Leal, who was a council member here for 20 years. He was a Navy veteran and served on the council starting in 1989 until 2009. He was a huge advocate for neighborhoods and job training programs. I didn't get to serve with him, but I got to know him over the years, and I can vouch for what a great person he was. The other one I want to mention is Sam Newsom. Sam Newsom was a longtime leader in the Carpenters Union, and he also worked in the Philip Randolph Institute, which basically helps African Americans be placed in apprentice programs. That's what he worked on for a number of years. Sam registered probably 100,000 people on his own to vote. I mean, the guy was relentless in all the things he did for Tucson. Anybody who knew him knew what kind of inspirational person he was in. We've tried to be really supportive to the African American Museum that Tucson's building. We're working on an exhibit about Jesse Owens Park, but at the same time, I think we should have an exhibit for Sam Newsom as well. So those are some things that I've been thinking about this week and this month as far as Tucson goes. So that's it.
Alrighty, thank you. Any of my council colleagues that are online? Any summary of current events? Alrighty, so because Councilmember Santa Cruz was not able to attend today because of a conference, she did give me her summary of current events. So I'll call out the summary of events from Councilmember Santa Cruz. The first one is on Thursday, August 8th from 4 to 7 p.m. The Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona is hosting their 25th annual National Farmers Market Week event. They will be celebrating the wonderful and varied ways in which farmers markets promote vibrant communities and local food systems. The location will be at the Mercado San Agustin Annex, located at 267 South Avenida del Convento. On Sunday, August 11th at 8 a.m., the Ward 1 office will be having our second Sunday Bicis y Burros bike ride with Fuga. Join us for a free mobility event with a bike ride and bean burritos from Los Jarritos. We will also visit Shapa Poppin' Cafe on St. Mary's for cafecito. The ride will start at the council office located at 940 West Alameda Street. And last but not least, Thursday, August 15th from 6 to 8 p.m., Mission Garden will be having a free summer sunset at the Gardens event. Join them to watch the evening sunset glow and cooler temperatures at the garden. The event will feature games, live music, and the Oaxaca Rico food truck. Bring family and friends. The location will be at 946 West Mission Lane. And finally, I do have my own events to report. First, the Southwest Folklife Alliance and the Regeneración are putting on a community land trust symposium on Saturday, August 17th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the El Pueblo Center. I hope you can attend, learn what a community land trust is and how this tool can help create housing affordability, help families stay in their homes, and protect neighborhoods from gentrification. And finally, and an incredible event. This Saturday at 9 a.m., we will be celebrating the legacy of Dr. Alfredo Valenzuela as we unveil a statue in his honor at Davis Bilingual Magnet School. Actually, it's not at Davis, it's on the corner of St. Mary's and Main, or Granada. He is a beloved, Dr. Valenzuela is a beloved Tucsonan and founded and is a founding member of Los Changuitos Feos. I am inspired by the stories like Dr. Alfredo Valenzuela, who introduced mariachi teaching into our schools. Dr. V trained hundreds of children who are now accomplished teachers themselves, and some on professional mariachi groups. Thank you to everyone in our community who volunteered and fundraised to make this beautiful statue happen. And with that, we're moving on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 205 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time. Two announcements for tonight. One is that the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges recently honored one of Tucson's specialty courts, the Domestic Violence Court. Tucson City Court Magistrate Wendy Million was recognized for innovative work with survivors of domestic violence in this specialty model court. Judge Million partners with stakeholders in the domestic violence response system, such as the Emerge Center Against Domestic Abuse, the City Prosecutor's Office, Public Defender's Office, law enforcement, probation, and more. So just some great shout out kudos to Judge Million. And in some bittersweet news, we're very proud that 2 of our Tucson Police Department leaders have both been selected recently to be the chief of police for 2 other communities. So not judge, he can't be a judge. Chief Chris Dennison was recently selected to be the next police chief for the city of Boise. And about a month ago, Assistant Chief Kevin Hall was selected to be the new police chief for Spokane, Washington. So we're very excited for both Chief Dennison and Chief Hall. It really speaks to the quality of the folks that our chief, Chad Kazmar, has been cultivating and creating an environment where people can really rise and shine, and that's being recognized by other communities. So we're really excited that we're able to pay that forward to Boise and Spokane. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications, Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 220 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 2 new licenses, 9 special event applications, and 1 agent change acquisition of control. The applicant for item 5C9, Pueblo Vida Brewing, has withdrawn the application and will reschedule for a future date. All others are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 2, 5C1 through 8, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Alrighty, Ms. Clerk, do you have any announcements on this item?
Yes, at this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items that are scheduled for a public hearing at this evening's agenda, at this evening's meeting. Make sure that you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before you turned it in. And speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. If called upon and you do not wish to speak, please let the mayor know and she'll move on to the next person on the list. The rules do not allow you to give your time to someone else. Pursuant to the state open meeting law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take action on matters raised during call to the audience. That's the extent of my announcement. Thank you.
All righty. When you approach the microphone, please state your name clearly. If you are a resident of the city of Tucson and if you are a retained speaker. Our first speaker is Joel Staley.
The top one, please.
Joel Staley. I want to ask, like, what is being done about these homeless people all over the streets? I saw a girl literally shooting dope on the side of the road with cars going by and had no fear of anything. People smoking dope with little kids next to them because the kids got to take the bus, and these people are smoking dope and they have no fear of anybody telling them not to. Like, what are we doing? I called 311 and I said, hey man, what's going on with this? And you know what they said? Well, we don't have the resources. Well, find the resources. These are our children. And I want to propose that maybe it's not a lack of resources, maybe it's a lack of leadership. You guys probably don't live where we live. And I'm so sick and tired of seeing it. You know, come stay with me for a week. That's it. Thank you.
Dale Drury. Dale Drury. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing the last name. Dale Drury? Or Dreher?
Is it Drain?
It could be.
First name Dale.
Dale.
Well, I got the first name, and I'm not going to be bypassed.
It's
so I'll speak up.
Planning and Development.
Yeah, well, it's not going to start with that, actually. It's going to start with the police department, and I'm limited by 3 minutes. I've gone to 3 different locations in your police department to file a police report. I'm told I cannot. Why? I've been following a corrupt realtor by the name of Eddie Waters. He perpetrated a scheme and an artifice to get his father a contractor's license. He perpetrated a scheme and artifice against me to get honest services. Arizona Revised Statute 13-2310 is schemes and artifices. Who do I go to make a report if the police in Tucson won't help me? I'll wait until I get an answer.
Sir, we have your phone number and we can get the city
Well, that'd be
manager
an
to
answer to
find someone.
prayers, ma'am.
You have still time. You have 2 minutes to continue.
Okay, planning and development. I go to planning and development because they issue the permits. Code enforcement, I go to code enforcement because they enforce the code. If I go to planning and development, they tell me we can't help you, you need to go to code enforcement. When I go to code enforcement, they tell me I can't help you, you need to go to planning and development. Something's corrupt here. I'll leave you this. This is a permit that was taken out on my property. On the remodel that they did, they said it was $180,000. But in here, you'll see they took out a permit for $12,000. The big packet is a property at 2245 East 8th Street. It was owned by KMS Enterprises. They got red tagged because they did building permit work without permits. The city condemned it. He sells it to Eddie Waters. Eddie Waters then takes out a building permit for $50,750. The property was condemned. You couldn't have done the property for $50,700, but let me make it real clear. They also let him put a 350 square foot addition on. And then they let him take a guest house and put 2 duplexes in there in the Sam Hughes neighborhood. And that's for $50,000. You couldn't buy the materials for $150,000. So I asked planning and development, who's taking the money? Who's looking the other way? Why don't you do something? Oh, 2 years have passed, we can't do anything. Well, I looked it up, the statute of fraud's not 2 years. You sure could do something if you wanted to. Have I reached my 3 minutes? 33 seconds. All right, 324 East Prince Street. They took out a building permit, and 6 of them were denied. The 7th one they issued. That property, the 7th one, they've already replaced the whole roof. It wasn't part of the permit. It's all been covered back up. I have all images. Additionally, The 6 units that they didn't get permits on, I talked to a lady who's living in one of them now. She said, it's been completely remodeled. I was moved from this unit to this unit. The one next to me is completely
Come to a
remodeled.
conclusion, sir. We do have your name and your phone number.
I'd just like
and
to see it stop.
We will make sure that the city manager gets someone to follow up.
I can only hope. Thank you.
Robert Royce. Robert Royce.
I'm Robert Royce. In the interests of promoting financial responsibility and an end to one-party rule in our city, I am collecting signatures on a petition to put a new party on the ballot for next year's general elections in Tucson. In the interest of promoting it, I have been reading, my clock's not on, I've been reading, it's okay. I've been reading in this spot for the last 4 meetings before this one, the highlights of Jefferson's first inaugural address as the principles upon which the new party is being founded. And I've gotten to the second half of the 4th paragraph. Absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority, the vital principle of republics from which is no appeal but to force, the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. A well-disciplined militia, our best reliance in peace and for the first moments of war, till regulars may relieve them. The supremacy of the civil over the military authority, economy in the public expense, that labor may be lightly burdened. The honest payment of our debts and sacred preservation of the public faith. Encouragement of agriculture and of commerce as its handmaiden. The diffusion of information and arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of person under the protection of the habeas corpus and trial by juries impartially selected. These principles form the bright constellation that has come before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of civic instruction, the touchstone by which we try the services of those we trust. And if we should wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety. That ends my summer of 2024 presentation from Jefferson's first inaugural address. I will be talking about the highlights in the future in this place, the sacred principle, the wise and frugal government, and from the 4th paragraph, the essential principles, peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations as a foreign policy. Thank you.
Jonathan Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm not a retained speaker. And I've come today to identify 2 different items that are of significant importance to City of Tucson and to Pima County because I'm asking for the engagement of the city and the county to take over the enterprise of Tucson Electric Power. And it's a very important thing, but at this very time, specifically, I'm asking for the undergrounding of all public utilities as municipally public-owned assets. To that, gifting of our right-of-way and easements without genuine public endorsement in the form of public hearings, propositions, and initiatives without genuine public recourse is tantamount to the unlawful conversion, taking, or gifting of an asset under the color of authority. Virtual meetings, surveys, and vague or ambiguous consultant group guidelines only confer marginal stakeholder sampling at best. All the 45 or more Tucson Electric Power make-believe electric bike stations along our valued public parking and easement frontage exist without public recourse. The numerous 5G utility pole easements amount to a gifting when no public acclamation, recourse, or compensation is provided. With regard to a City of Tucson, Pima County proffered proposition or initiative, municipal public-owned undergrounding of all utilities, Tucson's future will be transformed as an independent yet interdependently fiscal and sound role model for resilient Tucson. As a civil defense issue, undergrounding after completion has significant benefits to maintaining service integrity and minimizing downtime during critical extreme heat waves and national or local disasters. There's more to this, but you'll see that in the letter. I've, in conclusion, I'd like to say that I want to address the murder polls up and down Alvernon Country Club, Euclid, that can be transformed into two-way bicycling that is in conformity with the City of Tucson and our
Jonathan,
Living
you need
Streets
to come
Alliance.
to a conclusion.
Okay. We endure the unrestrained inflationary parasitic cost gouging by TEP's proxy for foreign parent Fortis shareholders holding our local economy captive. This evidenced by the TEP 22...
Jonathan, you need to come to a conclusion. Your 3 minutes are
Okay.
over.
They're taking $1.6 billion out of our community Pima County every year, which almost includes
Thank
the
you,
same
Jonathan.
$1.8 billion.
Your 3 minutes are over.
Pima
Thank
County
you.
budget carries.
Thank you, Jonathan. Your 3 minutes are over.
I appreciate your time.
Tony Zinman.
Going to be short, I promise. My name's Tony Zinman. I'm a Tucson resident. I work as a juvenile public defender. I'm a proud Democrat, proud member of our local Tucson Jewish community, and a proud Zionist. And I'm here today to reiterate and thank you for your decision last April to focus on local issues and not take symbolic stands on international issues that this council has no control over and that divide our community. You all do great work, and you have the right not to be harassed by groups banging pots and pans at 6 in the morning in front of your home. You and your neighbors shouldn't be subject to harassment like that. Unfortunately, I've had my own experience. Last April, my car was vandalized with anti-Semitic graffiti overnight in my driveway, and I was harassed on the street corner and screamed at, and my bumper stickers were taken off by the same same groups. So, you know, this is not acceptable. It needs to be condemned. And but I want to thank you for all you do and hope you continue to focus on city issues.
Thank you, Mr. Zinn. Curtis Lee Wilkerson.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Curtis Lee Wilkerson. I am a resident of Tucson, Arizona for over 2 decades, as well as I am a super volunteer with Living Streets Alliance with Cyclovia and other local industry or communities. But the reason for my visit here today is I simply have an idea. After returning back from a trip away, I took a ride through a 100-acre wood bicycle park, and I haven't been out there, and I saw a lot of progress that actually City of Tucson has already done. But my whole issue is it saddens me basically about the amount of garbage that's out there. I mean, our future generations aren't going to be able to see what we're able to see, what was even 2 years ago. So my idea is, with the help of City Council of Tucson, if we can get parking permits and we can all park down at the main jumps right there, I myself and the cycling community with volunteers, no funds out of your pockets whatsoever, we'll go down there ourselves to start cleaning up the garbage down there. What would really assist us, any type of help, is if you guys could provide maybe a roll-off dumpster down there that we can actually put the garbage in there, or by chance talk to Waste Management, the one on Broadway, that way we can bring over the garbage there. Any PPE equipment would be definitely helpful. If not, I will fund that myself as much as everybody we possibly can. Otherwise than that, that's pretty much my main objective, is just to clean up the garbage out at 100 Acre, and we'll continue cleaning up the rest of the city as well. And, you know, that's, if you could, please let us help you, because you guys are extremely overwhelmed. You guys have cleaned up close to like 3,000 homeless encampments. Well, we the people can definitely help you out as well, if you'd like. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and happy Tuesdays.
Thank you, Curtis.
Madam Clerk, can I make sure to get his information? My office is going to collaborate. We're going to do this.
And we just don't have a number or email for you, so we'll hand clerks so that we could get a number and email. Thank you. Joni Rapine.
Even when I'm here to say thank you, I'm all nervous. Like, this is so weird. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name's Joni Rapine. I'm an Israeli residing in Tucson. And I'm nervous, and I don't know why. And I represent myself. I wanted to actually address Miss Lee tonight, and in light of the intimidation that you received in your home. I read what you wrote about that day and was moved by your strength to remain assertive and stand by your views. This bullying is something I myself have experienced many times since I've lived in the US. It's really scary. I know that. So I wanted to thank you for that, for your words and your assertiveness, and thank you for all of you for standing by her and yourselves really in April. And I just learned about your family expansion, so congratulations. And I guess for all of you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rapine. Lucy Hoffman. Lucy Hoffman.
Hi, thank you for giving me time. I'm a resident of over 40 years, and I wanted to thank you for the decision not to give in to proclaiming a ceasefire. And I wanted to say that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. And in Israel, an Arab Israeli can be a lawyer, a judge, a member of the government, and can practice their religion. And Israel, despite its size, contributes greatly in the fields of technology, medicine, art, music. And whenever there's a disaster in the world, they are often the first on the scene, giving freely of their medical and technology. Just wanted to show you this. It's all the area that's red and gray is land that is Arab or Islamic, and the Palestinian refugees in 1948, their leader, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Hajj Amin Husseini, who did meet with Hitler, told the Palestinian people to flee the cities because they were told they'd be escorted back by their conquering armies, but they lost the war. And the United Nations has been implicated in keeping the Palestinian refugee conflict alive since 1948. Since there are 22 Islamic Arab nations with thousands of miles of land area, why aren't the refugees welcome there? In all other conflicts, refugees have been resettled in neighboring countries, but the UN created a special organization, UNRWA, and has not worked to resettle the refugees, but has kept the Palestinians in the area fomenting conflict. So now there are generations of Palestinians who hate the Jews. Why doesn't the UN ask Hamas to make peace and put government in place that has not embezzled millions of dollars? Always the pressure is put on Israel. And also, since October 7th, Hamas still holds over 100 hostages. Thank you.
Mike Sanchez.
Good evening, Mayor, esteemed members of City Council, and fellow citizens of Tucson. I'm here this evening speaking in the capacity of business agent for Teamsters Local 104, who proudly represents the hardworking Teamster membership of Suntran. Teamsters who keep our city moving. I'd like to thank the City of Tucson for recognizing our sister Judy Leone and her 51 and a half years of dedicated service behind the wheel of Suntran bus. I can't imagine how many children she's taken to school or community members to do their shopping, see a doctor, or just go to and from work. I would say the Teamsters, who are the lifeblood of the public transit system, are more than frontline, more than essential, and give more of themselves to our community than most of us will ever know. It was 9 years ago today that we were all going through day one of the 2015 42-day strike. We're relieved to have successfully reached an agreement on the recent wage reopener and looking pensively to the future. I want to commend you for taking the time during tonight's meeting to publicly recognize and declare your understanding of just how valuable all our folks at Suntran truly are. We would further encourage you over the next 12 months, and as you develop your fiscal year 25-26 budget, to keep that value in mind. We understand that your role as leaders in our city is complex, in that you must, in many circumstances, trust information and data provided to you by others, and that sometimes those secondary or tertiary sources may not be reflective of our members' lived experiences. Experiences we are quite sure you would value. We have invited you in the past to listen to those experiences and have shared those experiences with your staff. We would again like to extend the invitation and hope you will see fit to take the opportunity. As you can see in the gallery, we have many members who are eager to share the challenges and often dangers that exist on our transit system. Our coach operators face a challenging work environment, navigating the streets of Tucson to ensure that our residents have access to reliable public transportation. However, their commitment to public service is increasingly compromised by a growing crisis: coach operator safety, drug abuse on our buses and bus stops, and an escalating danger posed to both operators and passengers. In partnership, we hope to address the rise in assaults against bus operators. These dedicated individuals are not just drivers, they are frontline workers who engage daily in the public, often under stressful and unpredictable circumstances. Unfortunately, incidents of verbal abuse, physical assaults, and threats have become too common.
Mr. Sanchez, your 3 minutes are over, but I don't see your phone number or email address here. We're going to send someone from the clerk's office to get it so that we can, again, re-engage with, I know one of my staff members went to one of your meetings and we want to continue the discussion, but we should do it over more time, not just 3 minutes.
Understood.
Alrighty? So
Thank you.
we'll get your number so that we can engage you and make sure that all of us are invited to any meeting that you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you
looking
so
forward to
much.
seeing you there.
Thank you. Michael Cajero. Michael Cajero.
Hello, my name is Michael Cajero. I live in Ward 6. I represent myself, but I was thinking a lot. There's so many things I'd like to talk about Tucson, but automobiles is, I think, probably the number worst problem that we have. It's just terrible, you know. These people, they are AI. We have become them. They have become us, you know. William Faulkner said the automobile is the number one sex object in America. It's a sex object. It's an addictive sex object, you know. It's a little crazy because people are getting really big now. They're driving much too big, and it's offensive, you know, when you sit in a parking lot and these people in these huge trucks are sitting there with their lights on or their air conditioning or their heater on or something, and their lights are blaring, and all that carbon, that's there. That's part of the system too. That's part of it. How can you avoid it? Where are you going to go? You know, and then this idea that they asked for input about infill in Ward 6. Should they allow more building? And I think, look, these people, builders in that neighborhood and everywhere else in Tucson, all they want to do is build something big and cheap and make a lot of money. You know, that's what it comes down to. They're not interested in design homes or works of art. These people they're of a Philistine nature. The bottom line is what they prefer. You know, and I guess I would be called a NIMBY, which is very derogatory. You know, I don't think that statue of David represents, you know, someone like that. You know, that's not. He's not a NIMBY. You know, I just don't like. And I'm tired of living in Ward 6. I went through a lot of tension with that past administration. They would issue edicts on a computer about having people, calling people NIMBYs and naive and just name calling. I didn't like it at all.
Thank you, Mr. Cajero. Donald Tillman.
I've lived here approximately 6 years, and I'm not a public speaker. Okay, I wasn't feeling well the last time I was here. So, some nicknames for Tucson: Old Pueblo, Optics Valley, Sunshine Factory, and America's biggest small town. Are those correct? Okay. Now, I asked you, what, about a month ago, to put up some signs saying we're looking for a city whose builder and maker is God, and that he would take care of your homeless problem. So if we're getting these nicknames for nothing, and he's telling you you're going to save $3 million for housing the homeless, is that correct? Don't you have $3 million set aside to house homeless people? I heard that at a meeting last month or month and a half ago.
It's more complicated than that. And there's no back and forth. This time is for you to state your opinion because we haven't put a specific item scheduled to have a conversation about this, but you still have 1 minute, 30 seconds to say what you need to say.
Okay, and I came up here another time about feeding homeless people, and nothing was done about that. But if I want to pick up garbage, we're all for that. I don't understand. Like, you want to help this guy pick up garbage, but you don't want to help people. How does that work?
That was our last speaker for call to the audience. We're moving on to item 7 now.
Consent agenda items A through R.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda items.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is amending the mayor and council rules and regulations. Item C is the mayor and council meeting schedule update for 2024. Mr. Rankin has a statement.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with respect to this item C, the attachment will be updated to show that the next meeting in August will be August 27th and not August 20th.
Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County, the RTA, for transportation funding with the University of Arizona for the 2nd Street bike and pedestrian improvements. Item E is a grant agreement with the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, for Reconnecting Communities Pilot Planning Grant, Nebraska Street Bike and Pedestrian Bridge. Item F is a certification acceptance agreement with the state of Arizona acting by and through its Department of Transportation, ADOT, for federal aid highway program projects. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Pima County, the Arizona Board of Regents, and the town of Marana relating to the Pima County Tucson Metropolitan Counter Narcotics Agreement. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, for the 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG, Program Award. Item I is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, amendment with the Arizona Department of Public Safety for anti-human trafficking funds. Item J is a Tucson Code Amendment, Chapter 8, to change the appointment term for special magistrates, full-time magistrates, pro tempore, and limited special magistrates from 4 years to 2 years, allow more candidates to apply for the position of magistrate pro tempore, and make technical corrections. Item K is regarding the Industrial Development Authority, appointment of Tim Kinney to the Board of Directors of the Industrial Development Authority of the City of Tucson. Item L is the sub-recipient agreement with Pima County regarding the Federal Emergency Management FEMA Shelter and Services Program. Item N is Mayor and Council approval to amend Chapter 21 of the Tucson Code to remove fee schedules from the code to provide that fees for use of parks and recreation facilities and services are established by Mayor and Council approval of fee schedules that will be maintained for public inspection and approving current fee schedules. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement, IGA, amendment with Pima County Early Education Program. Item O is Housing and Community Development, approving the impact fee subsidy request for GHK Properties, LLC, the Desert Dove Apartments. Item P is a joint funding agreement, JFA, with the United States Geological Survey, USGS, for monitoring of aquifer storage change and land surface elevation change. Item Q is approving amendment number 1 to the license agreement with ICE Arizona AHL Company LLC for use of the Tucson Convention Center for American Hockey League games. And item R is direction on the initiation update to the Grant Alvernon Area Plan.
Have a motion, please?
Your Honor, I move we move the items on the consent agenda. Second.
A second.
There's a motion and a couple of seconds. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mixulick,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Public hearing zoning TP AMD 0124001 Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan Amendment, North Tanque Verde Road, west of Bear Canyon Road, Community Commercial Use Ward 2, Resolution number 23789.
City Manager's Communication number 209 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take formal action on a proposed amendment to the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan for the proposed construction of a Mr. Car Wash located on the north side of Tanque Verde Road, west of Bear Canyon Road. In addition to the proposed plan amendment, the applicant requests that the site be rezoned to C2 Commercial Zone. Will staff be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay. All righty. The public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether or not you are a paid speaker. Do we have any speakers today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All righty. All righty. Let's give the individuals trying to leave a minute. Alrighty, our first speaker is Vaughn Latour.
Good evening. My name is Vaughn Latour. I'm the president of the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association. We speak tonight in opposition to the Mr. Car Wash project. Tucson has over 100 car washes now, and we're currently seeing a spurt in the number of car washes being built in the city. We don't need them spreading out into rural areas in a divisional saturation car wash competition race. We speak for the 12 HOAs in the neighborhood. You adopted the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan 40 years ago and agreed to abide by it. The rural plan sets out exact zoning for residential and commercial use. The property is zoned C1. This does not allow the outdoor portion of this business. We are opposed for the following reasons. One, the site is only 400 feet from one of the worst intersections in the city. We witness multiple wrecks at this intersection as Tucson drivers shotgun start at the change of lights, floor their cars at the sign of yellow lights, and many times a day run red lights. We've seen rollovers, T-bone collisions, multiple fender benders at this intersection weekly. Mr. Car Wash's business proposal is for 275,000 car washes annually at this site, over 770 a day. They state they are not a destination business, but more a convenience business. In other words, you do not leave your home to travel and get a car washed. You do it instead spur of the moment as you're driving by. That means quick braking for the people directly behind them. Yet Mr. Car Wash also claims that 70% of their business is from monthly car wash programs, which belies their claim to the spur of the moment decision to wash vehicles. If half their business is in the morning hours when work traffic runs to the west, there will be accidents from emergency braking as people enter the site. Worse is the afternoon traffic, which will be eastbound, forcing customers to do a U-turn at an already dangerous intersection, again exacerbating traffic accidents. The site is too close to the intersection to allow for a left turn cut in the meridian or for a deceleration lane at the site. Number two, Mr. Car Wash states they only use 28 gallons of water per vehicle, and that claim is a tremendous advantage over the estimated 70 gallons that a resident uses to wash their cars at home. Because we live in a desert community where the cost of water is frightfully high, you can bet that people do not let the hoses run when they wash at home. Using a pistol grip sprayer to wash my crew cab pickup uses less than 15 gallons. Using my power wash uses less than 12. Mr. Car Wash's 28 gallons of water per vehicle amounts to over 7,700,000 gallons a year. Multiply that by the 108 car washes inside the city. I don't need to say more on that. There are 5 car washes within 5 minutes of the site, one of which is a Mr. Car Wash. There's also a drive-through car wash at the gas station adjacent to this site. Do we really want to choose a big money business over a small time business? Number 3, the sewage lines in the area do not support this. The 8-inch service line that services the Mr. Car Wash site takes a 90-degree turn and crosses Tanque Verde Road. Across the street is the Bear Path Strip Mall. Every time it rains, the residents behind the strip mall and the Farringer Wash get flooded, and their 8-inch sewer line overflows, pumping raw sewage onto their properties. Adding almost 8 million gallons of sewage to that stressed 8-inch system doesn't make sense. The residents living in the Farringer Wash have appealed to the city for years for help. All they hear is crickets. Madam Mayor and Council, I understand Mr. Car Wash is a favored business being centered locally here in Tucson, but let's not allow them putting car washes in rural outlying areas. Putting fake horse fencing in front that will never see a horse tied up to it is a ridiculous pandering to our councilman who sees right through them. The Bear Canyon plan does not allow for it, neither should you. If Mr. Car Wash truly wants to help the residents of the Bear Canyon, let them buy a half dozen school buses for the schools in our area that don't have that. Help us with what we need, not with what we don't. Keep our rural area rural. Do not allow this car wash where it is not needed or wanted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Missy Ortiz. Missy Ortiz.
Good evening, Honorable Romero, council people, and Mr. Rankin, Mr. Thurmore. My name is Miss Ortiz, and I live on the East Side Valley. I go back 4 generations with my family. I believe that this is not a good location for a car wash due to the extreme traffic backlog along Tanque Verde Road for the majority of the year while school is in session, and Tanque Verde Road is the main access point for all the nearby Tanque Verde schools, as well as a few others in the area. As a resident of the Tanque Verde Valley, I strongly oppose any development that doesn't serve our community, and by that I mean service in a manner in which it benefits what our valley represents. We not only have a strong equestrian presence, but are more on the rural side and have lots of schools. What we need isn't a car wash. We need activity centers, a safe place for the kids, or educational venues cater to our Valley High School courses in agriculture, agri-science, and environmental science. While this is just a sole opinion and mine, and obviously a hard sell to the majority of developers, we would like to ensure that these types of developments are pushed further into more urban areas within the city limits rather than the rural areas with natural open spaces. Another thing to mention is that the Tanque Verde School District is short-staffed within their transportation department and does not have enough drivers, which will further impact traffic flow and congestion due to the more frequent stops as the current drivers take on more children and stops within this area. For those children considered within walking distance of the school, the district refuses to provide transportation, and the kids must be picked up or walk home. Obviously, children walking while nearby a high influx of traffic, and some places there is no sidewalks, along the Tanque Verde Road without sidewalks is a huge safety concern. I know that everywhere there's a shortage of staff, including our own police department, my blue brothers and sisters. I'm retired 20 years. Why is it that trying to get information from the city departments falls on deaf ears? Or months to receive a reply? Is there a time limit to get a response from any of these departments? We feel it's become a practice of some sources to be deceptive, involved in conflict of interest, and purposely changing or leaving out wording on pertinent reports or in meetings. Shouldn't community and government work on the policy of honesty and truth? I was raised that way. I think that's what we need to do for the community so that we bridge this gap. And I know you guys have a full plate. I understand that. But we need to address some of these. They're very important for that side of the valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Trejo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Joanne Trigo, and I live in Tanqueverde. I would like to read excerpts from a letter I authored on May 30th on behalf of 7 citizens who witnessed the events I'm going to describe. This letter was sent to Mike Rankin and Paul Cunningham. They are aware of it. This letter is to voice concerns regarding the Planning Commission meeting conducted on April 17th, 2024. The primary agenda item was a concurrent amendment to the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan to enable the rezoning of a property for a future Mr. Car Wash. All parties presented their messages, though it seemed unreasonable that John Beal, PDSD, provided an overview of the Planning Center's proposal and then asked the Planning Center to do the same. Mr. Beal did not provide a summary of the Bear Canyon Plan or an opposition statement. Furthermore, in a discussion prior to the meeting, Mr. Beal stated that one of the 2024 goals is to eliminate neighborhood plans such as the BCNP, a deliberate comment that the city did not intend to fulfill contractual promises made to residents in order to annex their land. We posit that this proposed amendment is a breach of contract by the City of Tucson, directly impacting Tanqueverde. The neighborhood plan was developed as a partnership and details the duties, responsibilities, and commitments that both parties agreed to regarding the future development of Tanqueverde. The proposed concurrent amendment and zoning request simply violates the plan. There has been no discussion nor negotiation in good faith by the Planning Center or its client with the BCNA. The Planning Center did indeed send 15 notifications to a public meeting. 10 went to corporate entities, 2 went to city officials, and 3 went to HOA presidents. Literally no individual citizens were in receipt of that announcement. So it was interesting when during the zoning examiner meeting, it was touted that the citizens were a no-show. The developer wants an amendment that will, quote, only impact this single development. Actually, they create precedent that enables the entities to bypass the Bear Canyon plan to gain unilateral approvals from the city. The BCNP is a partnership between the city and the Bear Canyon Association. We respectfully submit that Tucson's obligation is to the Bear Canyon Agreement, and we propose that the city require developers to obtain compliance approval from the BCNA before they submit development proposals. Circumventing this agreement is tantamount to breach of contract when city entities fail to engage in meaningful discourse with neighborhood associations. Specifically, both Ward 2 commissioners, Kinney and Martin, supported this amendment without once conferring with their constituents at BCNA. Neither of these commissioners responded to my letter either. Regarding the commissioners' meeting, we were all privy to the executive session discussion and voting. And more importantly, the commission stated that the amendment could not be recommended to mayor and council. It lacked the 7-1 voting result. Interestingly enough, the commission meeting minutes do not reflect that statement from the public meeting. For example, at the zoning examiner's meeting on April 24th, Mr. Slater of PDSD repeatedly referenced the Planning Commission's recommendation, quote, it went before the Planning Commission in a public hearing where it was voted to be recommended to mayor and council, end quote. This was refuted on numerous occasions by citizens who witnessed the commission's voting exercise, but it was not considered at all by the zoning examiner. It is our opinion that the lack of professionalism demonstrated by the commissioners is reprehensible, and we're requesting that the Planning Commission retract the language in its meeting minutes to reflect that the 6-2 vote warranted a do not recommend to Mayor and Council. And we ask Mayor and Council to review the oral transcript of the meeting reflecting the true comments that were made following that vote. The zoning examiner should be given an opportunity to revisit his evaluation with consideration of the Planning Commission's decision not to recommend. We ask you to allow our strong partnership to enable those involved to make the needed changes, but please preserve the integrity of this contract and reject this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Peggy Carson.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Peggy Carson. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I also live over in the East Valley, in the Tanque Verde Valley area. I am also Vice President of the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association, but I'm also speaking for myself and many of the neighbors that have reached out to the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association in opposition to this change. There are multiple reasons I oppose this development. Again, the first one is because the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan would be required to be changed, and our residents have said that's not what we want. Based on estimates provided to the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Association, provided by Mr. Car Wash, about 21,700 gallons of fresh water will be used daily to wash cars. Although Mr. Car Wash recycles the water, this water is used to wash vehicle undercarriages and tires. So according to their representatives, every vehicle is washed with a new 28 gallons of fresh water. This means potentially each year, as Vaughn mentioned, 7.7 million gallons of fresh water will be used to wash cars at the proposed location. According to our research, there are over 100 car washes that exist within Tucson and Pima County. That means it's a substantial number of car washes could use upwards of 800 million gallons of water annually. This number doesn't even include all the car washes being proposed or built at this time. How can we talk about car washes? How can we talk about water conservation and then allow such a large number of car washes? As a homeowner being asked to conserve water, this makes no sense to me. We also know Mr. Car Wash is planning another location at Houghton and Broadway. At what point do we say enough is enough? We must think about the future and bring the proliferation of car washes under control. An important environmental and ecosystem goal is to ensure the long-term survival of plants and animals indigenous to our county. We do this through maintaining or improving the habitat conditions and ecosystem functions necessary for their survival. One of the key habitat conditions affecting the distribution and abundance of native species is the ability of water and riparian vegetation. We must protect wildlife and vegetation in all areas of Tucson because as the water table drops, the adverse impact on other living creatures, both fauna and flora, rise. We must not kill our environment for the want of a clean car. What happens to these car washes when we eventually have water restrictions? Do they remain open while the rest of us can't wash our cars in our own driveways? Mr. Car Wash representative said the car wash is not a destination, and you heard that from Vaughn. However, they also say that 70+% of their clients are subscribers. This usually means subscribers wash their cars more frequently than non-subscribers, so it does become a destination. No matter how eco-friendly car wash owners claim their chemicals are, they're still chemicals with the potential to pollute and harm our water and our ecosystem. We don't know what we don't know about the long-term effects of these chemicals on our environment. This area of Tanque Verde is difficult and dangerous. We consistently see hazardous driving practices that occur at the Bear Canyon and Catalina Highway intersections, resulting in at least one accident a week at one or the other intersection. According to Mr. Car Wash, they believe morning and late afternoon will garner a larger majority of traffic into the car wash. As it stands today, the residents living on Bear's Path must do a U-turn at the Bear Canyon Tanque Verde intersection to go west on Tanque Verde. Having the potential of 775 trips per day in and around this intersection creates an extremely dangerous situation for these residents, anyone needing to make a U-turn, or for those leaving the gas station. We don't think the city of Tucson should work to put any businesses out of business. Less than 40 feet from this lot is a small car wash that is used frequently. The gas station and car wash managers are not happy about the potential development, as they believe it will negatively impact their business. We need gas stations in this corridor, not car washes. Allowing a larger car wash to go in right next door is placing the small car wash in jeopardy. I know it's tempting to approve a car wash with a higher tax generating revenue. However, doing so will affect a business that we do need in this area. At what cost to this business? What cost to our residents? And at what cost to our ecosystems? You have a choice. I hope you make the right one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carson. That was the last card. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? Alrighty, without seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Alrighty, all those in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23789 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23789 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Bear Canyon Neighborhood Plan in case TP AMD 0124001 for property located on the north side of Tinka Verde Road, approximately 400 feet west of Bear Canyon Road, by amending non-residential uses implementation technique 11.G, exempting parcels 114-51-200B and 114-51-200C from implementation technique 11.G, provided the parcels are used solely for an express car wash and subject to the following. All uses associated with an express car wash facility are to be screened from adjacent properties and streets by landscaping and decorative fencing or masonry wall, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Is the applicant here?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham. For the record, Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center. We're located at 2 East Congress.
I've got a few questions. I'm trying to figure out how they're gonna do 770 car washes in a day when that's not even how many minutes there are. I mean, is that, how many, 707, that seems a little high. Is that accurate?
It's accurate.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham. For the record, Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center.
And then the other piece was, I've got some concerns about the traffic piece, but we'll get to that in a second. When the car wash, when Mr. Car Wash came to me, a couple things came up. One was, I don't want to do any more plan amendments after the fries several years ago. And we were told that we weren't going to do any plan amendments. The second thing that happened was, there was no other car wash permits being pulled at the time. So I know that there's 3 permits out to build new car washes and the timing, but that wasn't planned. I mean, we need more car washes like we need holes in the head sometimes, it seems. But the bottom line is that's totally outside of the realm of the discussion for me. I know that there's market saturation with mattress stores and everybody hears about it. In the 80s, we complained about all the Circle Ks. The bottom line is that that's market forces. Maybe all the car wash companies have the same consultant. They all said build in Tucson. I don't know how to combat that. I can't combat the driving forces. I will say this. The one thing that when they did come forward, I was operating under the assumption that there was no plan amendment needed, and the fact that this particular parcel is surrounded on all 3 sides by commercial, and across the street is all commercial. I felt it was a good enough buffer that it's not part of our contiguous desert out there in the ranch. So I felt that it was probably an okay situation. I didn't make them any promises or anything like that, but I thought, we probably won't have any issues with the neighbors on this one. That was kind of my assumption. Then we got to the public hearing, and Joanne pointed out some of the transparency issues. I'll get with you and address some of those things. I'm not happy with that at all. But again, this is a really technical plan amendment specific to this site, and it's because of vacuums. Otherwise, it would be C1. This isn't gonna generate any more trips than some of the convenience stores or some of the drive-through fast food places that would go in this place otherwise. So I get it, like, I understand where the neighbors are absolutely coming from, but for me, that part is, let's be fair to Mr. Car Wash, who wants to try to do the right thing with the community. And they are good partners. I mean, they picked Tucson to have their corporate headquarters. I've got to take that into account a little bit. So we go through all this process. One thing sticks out to me. That's the traffic issue. We're not giving this away for free. They've got to come up with an ingress lane, an egress lane. I think we've talked about that, or there was some discussion about that. Have you guys made any progress on that at this point?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, yes, we have, in fact, between the zoning examiner hearing and this meeting this evening, Mr. Car Wash's team went and met with a few folks from the neighborhood to discuss their concerns, and traffic came as one of the concerns brought back to me. And so since that meeting with the neighbors, we have met with Department of Transportation and Mobility to confirm if the installation of a deceleration lane is allowable, and DTM does not object to the installation of that. So Mr. Car Wash is willing to install a turn lane there on Tanque Verde Road, creating that entryway.
The second thing that came up with the BCNA that I thought was a really good point, again, Joanne, I'm hearing you. You want to do approval on plan amendments. I kind of like that idea, and I'd like to put that into the equine district we do in the future. So I'm into doing those two things and giving BCNA some veto power, or an equine district board of all the HOAs. I'm into that, but conditional on the deceleration lane, I'm inclined to move the item. So I'll move the item with the condition that there's going to be a deceleration lane.
All righty.
Second.
Mr. Rankin, do we need to make any amendments on the paperwork or anything on this item?
Honorable Mayor, it being on the record as part of the motion in this, but really the requirement for a decel lane should be included as part of the conditions to the associated zoning.
All righty, is the applicant agreeable?
Right. Which is, you'll notice, the next item on the agenda.
All righty. So your motion is to pass and adopt resolution 23789 with the said condition.
Yes, Your Honor.
All righty. Is there a second to the motion?
Second. I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. And any discussion? I see Councilmember Ulick's hand up. Councilmember.
Just a point of clarification. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. So is this motion to approve a plan amendment and rezoning at the same time? Is that what we're doing here?
I don't think so. I think we have two items. I think we have to do the plan amendment and the rezoning. So, but we can't approve the plan amendment without the rezoning. So I'm making this motion. I'm making this motion with the condition, which will be in the zoning on the. No, this is the zoning motion. Right? This is the zoning motion.
This is the amendment.
This is the amendment. The next item is the zoning.
Okay, so this is for the plan amendment. Okay.
I don't think so. I think we.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cunningham, are you speaking?
No, Councilmember, it was, I think someone had their TV or something was on. So go ahead. Did you have any additional comments?
No, I did, in reviewing the documents.
Next item is the zoning.
It's clear that the plan amendment, okay. I'm getting weird feedback. I really apologize. So I understand this is about the plan amendment. I did want to ask, the zoning examiner notes in the memo that the zoning can be approved if mayor and council approve the plan amendment. And I just wanted to ask the city attorney, is this particular process called out in city ordinances so that these types of projects can be pursued in this kind of parallel or simultaneous process?
Councilmember Ulick, yes. In fact, there was some frustration among applicants and the mayor and council alike in some prior instances where we did not have the procedures in place where a plan amendment could be heard and processed in conjunction with the zoning adjustment that was prompting the need for the plan amendment. And sometimes that created some issues because people didn't see the whole picture. Why is this plan amendment being requested when the zoning wasn't tracking at the same time? And it could be confusing. So we amended the UDC to allow for a simultaneous process. That said, a zoning, in order for the zoning to be approved, has to be consistent with the associated specific plan, a neighborhood plan. And so that's why the plan amendment is on the agenda first. Because that's a necessary prerequisite to the authorization or approval of the associated zoning.
Thank you. And I do recall that history where having sequential processes in many cases just created delays in projects that we really did want to see move forward. And in this case, what really stands out to me, certainly in reading through the materials, the neighbors are raising their concerns and making them clear. I think that Council Member Cunningham's point, the one that resonates with me most and the one that I often visit with neighbors in Ward 6 and previously in Ward 3 is, if not this, then what? There are rights under the C1 zoning. And to Councilmember Cunningham's point, it could be a drive-through restaurant. It could be a number of other things allowed under C1. And I think that those are the choices we're facing, not to just say no and keep things status quo. I'm not suggesting the neighbors are arguing for that, but I do think that we have to take into account, if this isn't approved, what is likely to go in this location under the existing zoning. And so, I think the council member's assessment of the site indicates that this particular use, given the surrounding business uses and the deceleration lane, is appropriate and makes sense given those factors. I certainly appreciate always when neighbors, try and protect their areas and keep them just the way they believe is best. And so we're balancing a bunch of variables. But I did just want to note the importance of this process, allowing for simultaneous steps to be taken, and listening carefully to the rest of the comments that'll be offered by colleagues.
Thank you, Council Member. And, I absolutely understand the many concerns raised by the neighborhood, but also echoing what Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Cunningham have said is that the zoning there is already C1. And it's very similar sentiment that I have, that it's either this, which I believe that Mr. Car Wash is a conscientious business. They do live in Tucson. This is where they're headquartered. And they want to do everything in their power to work with neighbors in the community. I know that they've made substantive effort to respond to the concerns of the neighbors. And, I understand where the neighborhood is coming from, but I also see what the possibilities would be for that area. And I don't know, drive-through fast food restaurant would also undermine the concerns that neighbors have, so. Alrighty. I believe we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we need to go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23789 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 9.
Zoning TP ENT 1024001, Mr. Car Wash, Tancaverde, C1 to C2, City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 208, dated August 7th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.39 acres from C1 Commercial to C2 Commercial zoning. The rezoning area includes 2 vacant parcels located on the north side of Tancaverde Road, east of Bear Canyon Road. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Lexi Wellett with the Planning Center located at 2 East Congress, and we are acceptable of those conditions plus the added for the deceleration lane.
All righty, thank you so much, really appreciate it. What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt the item.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion?
Mayor, as I understand the motion and
Yes.
based on the discussion, the conditions associated with the approved rezoning, if this is approved, would add a new condition under the section of conditions entitled Road Improvements / Vehicular Access / Circulation that would read that a deceleration lane will be constructed associated with access to the development, subject to the approval of the City of Tucson's Department of Transportation and Mobility.
All righty, do we need to go to a roll call? Yes, Your Honor. All righty, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes by 7-0. Alrighty.
Could we make that 6-0?
Yes, sorry about that, 6-0. Alrighty, item 10.
Zoning TP ENT 0223-015, Speedway Storage East Speedway Boulevard, C1 to C2, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12111.
City Manager's Communication Number 213, dated August 7th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 2.9 acres from C1 Commercial to C2 Commercial zoning. The current C1 zoning designation permits personal storage use but restricts maximum height up to 16 feet. Rezoning to C2 would permit both the use and the repurposed building height of 30 feet. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, 5983 East Grant Road, representing the applicant. Greer Gordon is with us here tonight as well.
Ms. Sylvan, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We are, and we'd like to thank both the ward office and our adjacent neighbors on this project. We worked really hard with them when we were authorized for rezoning and are excited to be moving forward with the project.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sylvan. Really appreciate it. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12111 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12111 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located approximately 410 feet east of the intersection of East Speedway Boulevard and North Camino Seco on the south side of East Speedway Boulevard in case TP ENT 0223-015 C1 to C2 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure? Mr. Cunningham?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt this item.
Alrighty,
Second.
there's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12111 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you. Item 11.
Zoning TP MOD 0424006 Pima Medical Institute, Craycroft Road, OCR 1, major change to preliminary development plan and change of conditions, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12112.
City Manager's Communication Number 216 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to modify the last approved preliminary development plan and rezoning conditions regarding Pima Medical Institute located at 2120 North Beverly Avenue, south of Grant Road and bounded by Craycroft Road to the east and Beverly Avenue to the west. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Mayor, members of the council, Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan.
Is the applicant agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Mayor, members of the council, we are. I have the client here with me as well, Mr. Craig Masters, and I want to thank Ward 6 staff, as well as 2 Ward 6 council members, because this started when Steve Kay was still on the council, and we've worked closely with Councilmember Ulick. So we're excited about this. I think the neighbors are, and thank you for leading us through the process.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvan. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12112 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12112 relating to zoning, amending zoning conditions, preliminary development plan in the area located at 2120 North Beverly Avenue, approximately 600 feet south of Grant Road, and bounded by Craycroft Road to the east and Beverly Avenue to the west on the east side of Valley Indian Agency Road. I think that might be a typo. In case TP MOD 0424006 C916-16 Pima Medical Institute, Craycroft Road, OCR 1, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, council member.
Thank you. I want to thank the applicant and area residents and neighbors who really did work hard on a lot of details, as well as thank my staff and Councilmember Kozaczek. With that, I'd like to move ordinance number 12112.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
McSulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12112 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you so much. Item 12.
That was, sorry. Computer glitch. Zoning TP ENT 0424009 Speedway in Rosemont East Speedway R2 and C2 to C2 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's Communication Number 215 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.69 acres of property. The property is currently split zoned between C2 commercial and R2 residential zoning. The applicant proposes to consolidate the 2 parcels and rezone the southern portion to C2 for commercial use across the entire property. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? It's you.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Obviously scheduled all these on the team.
That's what happens when you take a month off. Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan, 5983 East Grant Road. Representing the applicant, and Melissa Lau with Larson Baker is here with me tonight as well.
All righty, thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure on this item?
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Ulick.
I also want to express again gratitude for the work of Carrie Sylvan and the applicant, as well as area residents. This is an important, as I talk to folks in the community who are trying to get projects moving, this issue of split zoning is coming up more and more frequently, and it makes it virtually impossible to get projects pulled together and moving forward. So I'm pleased to see this succeeding and appreciate all the effort to get it there. And with that, I move that we adopt the item.
Second.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, do we need a roll call or just a voice vote?
I believe a roll call is in order.
Okay. Let's go to roll call.
Mixulik.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Item passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 13.
Zoning TPENT 1123045 29th and Swan Pad, South Swan Road, R1 to Pad, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 12113.
City Manager's Communication Number 217, dated August 7th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 27 acres from R1 residential to PAD, Planned Area Development zoning. The rezoning site is located at 2021 South Swan Road at the southeast corner of the intersection of Swan Road and 29th Street. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of the rezoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? You.
Mayor, members of the council.
I knew this was yours.
Yes, you did. Carrie Sylvan with Lazarus and Sylvan. I also have Dawn Bourne here with me, who's developing, owns, and is going to be hopefully developing the project. And this is the last time tonight I'm coming up to the
For
microphone.
tonight.
For tonight, yes.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Ms. Clerk. You are requested to read ordinance 12113 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12113 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 2021 South Swan Road at the southeast corner of the intersection of Swan Road and 29th Street in case TPENT 1123045 29th and Swan, planned area development R1 to Pad 49 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Carrie, best for last tonight, right? I'm just kidding. All right. Well, I want to thank Dawn and Alan with Bourne Companies and Carrie with Lazarus and Sylvan for working with the neighboring businesses and residents, especially the Corbett Neighborhood Association, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, Planning and Development Services staff, and my Ward 4 team to bring forward a rezoning that reflects the values of this mayor and council and the greater community. Working together, we've proposed a rezoning before us today that complements the 29th Street Thrive project, creates the opportunity for a new membership bulk retail store to be built in Midtown Tucson, and improves the 29th and Swan area with added pedestrian connections, significant landscaping, and enhanced safety and security. This project will be a welcomed addition for Greater Tucson, but especially the adjacent neighborhoods who are eager to get the 27 acres of vacant land developed and bring in a variety of retail, restaurant, and personal service uses to complement the membership bulk retailer anchor. The land is currently zoned R1, however, was not permitted to be developed for residential use due to the proximity to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. The only option forward was to rezone this land. The timing of the rezoning dovetails with the goals we collectively have. We've created for the 29th Street Thrive project by fostering economic development through job opportunities, commercial and retail services, and neighborhood resources. We all know the significant impacts the Bourne Companies have made here in Tucson. A great example is in Ward 5 in the bridges, and Ward 1, the landing. So I'm really pleased to continue working with them on this project in Ward 4 that will generate over $2 million of impact fees that will benefit our parks, streets, and public safety within that area. So our team is really, really excited about this project, as are all of the neighbors. and everyone in the surrounding area. So with that, I move we authorize the PAD rezoning and adopt ordinance 12113, which provides conditions for rezoning.
Second.
And there's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Well, I'd like to attach myself to everything 100% what Councilmember Lee just said, and thank Don Bourne and Carrie Sylvan for taking the time to make the necessary changes to bring this PAD proposal more in line with the vision of the mayor and council and the vision of the 29th Street Thrive Zone and the neighborhood. We really appreciate your investment. Took a little time to make sure that all was in line, but I am looking forward to the ribbon cutting of a beautiful development in this area that really needs the investment. So with that, I believe it's a roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulik?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12113 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations. Thank you all. Thank you. Item 14.
Economic initiatives authorizing the reinstatement and amendment of a government property lease tax land and improvements lease with Pueblo Centers Partners LP, resolution number 23798.
City Manager's communication number 225 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23798 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23798 relating to economic development initiatives and real property reinstating and amending the government property lease excise tax GPLET lease agreement between the City of Tucson City and Pueblo Centers Partners LLP and HSL Circle Properties Limited Partnership LLP for the renovation of an existing hotel located at 181 West Broadway into a Hyatt Regency hotel project.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. In consultation with Councilmember Santa Cruz, I want to move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23798.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
A few questions. Do we have any assurances that they're actually going to break ground this time?
Good evening.
There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham. We do understand, especially as it's called out in the new lease agreement, that this one will now be good through December 31st, 2027.
That's their certificate of occupancy. Have they
So-
pulled a demo permit yet?
They've been working on the interior of the building. So so the asbestos remediation has been happening and interior work. Does that include demo? So that includes a demo permit.
Sounds like we're making progress, aren't we?
There's progress. It's been slow post-pandemic. There were certainly some disruptions, but HSL is intent on moving this project forward and is still planning for the hospitality that you've referenced in the documentation as a full-service hotel. We're all excited to see the work now starting on the exterior, which will be more visible for the community. So I do feel like we're close, and we anticipate 18 to 24 months for that C of O.
So I just want to go on record, do not bring this back. If they can't get this done by 27, do not bring it back, because I'm not voting. Well, I may not be here, but I'll do everything in my can to lobby against renewing this again. We don't need to keep giving people GPLETs if they can't deliver what they're trying to say, COVID, pandemic or not. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Alrighty, so I believe it's a roll call as well. So if there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mixulik?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution 23798 passes by a vote of 6-0. Alrighty, item 15.
Economic initiatives authorizing the government property lease excise tax lease for Centro Barrio Development 941 North Stone, resolution number 23800.
City Manager's Communication Number 227 dated August 7th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23800 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23800 relating to economic development initiatives, incentives and real property authorizing and approving the government property lease excise tax GPLET lease agreement between the City of Tucson City and Central Barrio Development for the proposed mixed-use development at 941 North Stone.
What is the council's pleasure?
Mayor Romero?
Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. In consultation with Councilmember Santa Cruz, I move that we pass and adopt resolution number 23800.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to pass and adopt Resolution 23800. Any further discussion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham.
I just want to make sure this does have a community benefits agreement attached to it.
Yes, it does. And the neighbors are agreeable to.
Good.
What I just wanted to comment is, as the first GPLED to be approved since we updated the policy framework, this project is an excellent example of the benefits this incentive can provide. This is a small-scale local developer reusing a property that had been abandoned for a very long time. There is a community benefits agreement attached to it. There's going to be streetscaping, pedestrian-friendly amenities, intend to provide a local coffee shop, addition of more housing along the future bus rapid transit line, and an agreement with Dunbar Spring Neighborhood Association. It's a really exemplary of what we wanted to happen with the commitment of the city of Tucson, adding a GPLET to the benefit of the developers. So I'm really happy that this is moving forward and that the process really worked. So with that, if there's no other discussion points or comments, let's go to roll call.
Mixulik?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23800 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 16.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, August 27, 2024, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your week.